Good morning and welcome to the New Mexico State Game Commission. Today is Friday, March 4th, and welcome. Thank you very much, New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, and also everyone here in attendance. I thank you for being here. This is beautiful Socorro, and if we could look outside through the windows, we're going to see beautiful blue skies, and God bless New Mexico, Socorro, the land of enchantment. Gorgeous. Commissioners, let us start very quickly through the roll call. This meeting has now come to order.
Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Present.
Commissioner Lopez.
Present.
Commissioner Bates.
Here.
Commissioner Archuletta.
Present.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Present.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Next item is approval of the agenda. Commissioners, in speaking with some of you, I know that some of us need to leave a little bit early. Commissioner Lopez, is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
What time will you be leaving approximately?
2 o'clock.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioners, I too will need to leave around 3:30 today. And for that reason, as we discuss the agenda, which is published on the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish website, I would like to note that if...
Open your microphone.
I would like to note that if some of us need to leave early, and when we do leave, I think Commissioner Lopez, you and I will keep engaged with this meeting via telephone, which is good, but there are a number of important items that are on the agenda. And what I would like to recommend is that we continue to proceed with items 3 through 9 in that order. And after agenda item number 9, after the annual audit, we jump down to agenda item number 20, the rule hearing hunting and fishing license revocation rule. Then we work our way back from 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, and 14. And of course, then we can go from 14 to 10, 11, 12, and 13. Now, commissioners, I want to commend you for the very efficient meeting that we had on Tuesday, March 1st, because it was primarily an executive session, and most of the matters that we needed to discuss were covered on Tuesday. Therefore, I'm not sure how necessary it is that we keep agenda item number 21. Time permitting, we can I recommend that we just remove that from the agenda item. Discussion before I make a motion.
Oh, no, I don't see that same agenda item.
Here.
This one right here at the very end.
Well, that's adjourned.
Oh,
I think you were looking...
21, here she's, this executive, so closed session.
Okay, there wasn't an yeah. Okay. So, I believe it's posted on the website. Department of Game and Fish, I want to say thank you because I know you've been updating your website. And you also posted the minutes of the March 1st meeting on your website.
Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay, very good. So in that case, there is one other minor modification before I make my motion, which is, I love the faces that I see here present with us today. So after we approve the agenda, I would love commissioners to do introductions, because as many of you can see, we have a new commissioner on the panel here. And so I think introductions are also very important, not only within the commission, but for those of you present here today. So, is there any discussion before I make my motion? Okay, moving right along. My motion, Commissioners, I hereby move that we hereby revise the agenda for today that is posted on the Department of Game and Fish website, whereby we will proceed with items in this order, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then proceed to 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, and then 10, 11, 12, and 13. Also, we will not have a discussion on number 21, executive session. That is my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Archuletta. Roll call, please. Or is this a live? I mean, are we being live streamed?
We are being live streamed, so I think you can do a voice vote if you choose to.
Perfect. Let's do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? This motion passes. Very good. Introductions. I am Sharon Salazar Hickey, and I've been on the commission for 2 years now, and it has been an honor and a pleasure to serve the governor and the public on the New Mexico State Game Commission. I love working on this commission. My expertise, I'm not associated with many of the organizations that are interested in the Department of Game and Fish, but I certainly have a very in-depth expertise. I am a lawyer. I'm inactive in the New Mexico State Bar Association. I have over 40 years of experience with Los Alamos National Laboratory. I retired last year. I have employment law. I have conflict resolution. I have HR experience, and I have policy. And so very in-depth experience when it comes to the rulemaking process. So I'm very humbled when I serve with these other commissioners who have that background and that expertise in wildlife management and conservation. So now, without further ado, in alphabetical order, I would like to welcome Commissioner Archuletta, and I will let her speak to introduce herself.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I'm Dina Archuletta. I am a native New Mexican, born and raised. My family has been here for centuries, literally. My mother is her grandmother was part Taos Pueblo. So my blood is in this land, and my roots are here. My family still lives here. I have a sister that actually works in Santa Fe, and my parents live with her. My parents are in their 90s, or my mom's in her 80s. If I say she's in her 90s, I'm going to be in trouble. But I'm very lucky to have them and very blessed to have them. My dad took me fishing when I was very, very little, and as soon as I could put that worm on the hook, I was good to go. He would make sure I learned how to cast and really made sure I spent time outdoors and learned to love the wilderness and the outdoors, and really got us out. Unfortunately, I haven't been hunting, but I welcome the opportunity to get to do that. My family were not hunters, so I don't have much experience on that end, so I really look forward to hearing your perspectives. My background is I was a county commissioner in Bernalillo County for a number of years, so understanding rulemaking is something that's really very close to my heart. I also was the Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Department of the Interior under the Obama administration. And finally, I ended my political career with the Obama administration as a senior advisor to Ken Salazar. And during my time there, I worked with the National Park Service and I worked with the Fish and Wildlife Service. So very close contact with those groups, very intimate relationship, as you can imagine, as a senior advisor. In addition to that, when I came home, I worked with a number of conservation groups, and then decided many years ago that it was 3 years ago, that changing companies sometimes takes going inside to make a difference. And at that point, I went to work as a government relations manager for ExxonMobil. And I've been doing that for a number of years now, for 3 years. I first was in New Mexico, and now they've asked me to do work in DC, so I commute back and forth. Happy to be here, really excited to serve on this commission, and very excited to engage with this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bates?
Good morning. I'm Jimmy Bates from Bernalillo County. Been on the commission, I guess, close to 3 years. And primary business background, I worked with community service and involvement with Santa Fe Crime Stoppers, Santa Fe County DWI Planning Council, Keep New Mexico Beautiful, Vice President for New Mexico Alliance for Hispanic Education, Executive Vice President of my company, and proud and honored to serve on this commission.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Bates. Commissioner Lopez?
Madam Chair, and I've been on the commission since 2019, since the executive appointed me in, I believe it's June. I come from an organized labor background with AFSCME, the Northern Mexico Central Labor Council, where I sit as chair, and currently now the president of UPTI, the union at Los Alamos National Lab. My mother and I run a small family ranch in the community of Cebolla, New Mexico, in the confines of Rio River County. I am a single dad of a 2-year-old, and I love to hunt and fish. There's been a few members of the audience I've gone hunting and fishing with here. And I also like to work on vintage tractors. So that's me.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Salazar Henry?
Good morning, everybody. My name's Roberta Salazar Henry. I have 25 years with the New Mexico Game and Fish Department, my last approximately 6 as Assistant Director over Support Services. I'm also the Chief of Staff for the Majority Whip of the House of Representatives, Representative Doreen Gallegos. I am a member of many of our sportsmen's groups in southwest New Mexico, including conservation groups such as Audubon, Mesilla Valley Audubon, and Southwest Consolidated Sportsmen, WTSA. I donate to projects to New Mexico Wildlife Federation. I'm a member of New Mexico Wild. And so my background is mostly in finance and services and processes and policy. I did have, when I was assistant director, I spent 6 years as a lobbyist for the Game and Fish Department on legislation, so I have that background as well. I sat on national fish and wildlife committees for Region 3 with the federal government. I was also in charge of federal grants and coordinated that for the state of New Mexico for fish and wildlife. My husband is a huge hunter. We spend all our time making sure that he has a way to get out in the field, whether it's to scout or to actually get a weapon on something, but we both love the outdoors. I fly fish on the San Juan. I try to stay involved in lots of little things in our community, and when an opportunity arises for a discussion about wildlife or what to do in my community where we live, which is at the base of the Oregon Mountain Desert Peaks National Monument, we chip in and we try to help the community out. So I just want to say thank you to all the sportsmen's groups and the conservation groups that continue to come to the Game and Fish Commission meetings, the State Game Commission meetings, for letting us hear your voice, for staying engaged, for being respectful, and always looking for a way to further the conversation. And so I just want to let you know I appreciate all you folks. Thanks.
Excellent. Commissioners, thank you so much. That was very good. Now, if we can now proceed to introductions here, everyone present in this meeting. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to start with you and then essentially work our way counterclockwise from you into the audience and then around, and then we'll finish up with Tristana.
Madam Chair, Mike Sloan. I'm the Director of the Department and Secretary to the Commission. I have about 28 and a half years with the Department.
Hi, good morning. Sargon Knowles, Marketing and Special Events for the Department of Game and Fish.
Good morning, John Ziegler, Financial Specialist for the Department.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Brandon Good morning, I'm Ben Neary of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Kurt Patton, Chief of Fisheries for the Department.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commission. My name is Tim Simbal. I'm the new colonel for Field Ops Division, the New Mexico Revocation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, fellow Commissioners. Robert Espinoza, Farmington, former state.
Wonderful. Nice to have you here.
Good morning, Carrie Romero on behalf of the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides.
Good morning, Tim Mitchell, retired 4-7.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Matt Lunder, Chief of Ecological Environmental Planning at Revocation.
Good morning, John Richardson. My family owns the Slash Ranch at Weaverhead.
Very nice.
Hello, Jack Diamond. I also live at Beaverhead. My family has a ranch there. I'm also in the outfitting business there. I don't have the credentials that you guys have. I did play 4 years of college football.
Oh!
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Morgan. I'm the Higher Education Coordinator for the department, and I've been with the agency about 21 years.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Sarah Collins, editor of the magazine for the Department.
Good morning, Commission. James Pittman, Assistant Chief of Information. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Ross Morgan,
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Colleen Payne. I'm the Public Information Specialist for the Southwest area of the New Mexico Department of Revocation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Colin Duff. I'm the Ranger for the Southern half of the state.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Leslie Allison. I'm the Executive Director of the Western Landowners.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Alicia Shaw, the State Policy Coordinator with the Western Landowners.
Bob Nordstrom from Albuquerque.
Good morning, I'm Logan Van Landingham. I'm the Sergeant here in the Socorro area.
Good morning, my name is Ty Jackson. I'm the Captain of Field Operations.
Sean Carroll on behalf of the New Mexico Conservation Officers Association.
Good morning, I'm Cindy Salazar. Very proud to be here with my daughter, Karen.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Brian Bartlett. I'm the President of the New Mexico Wild Sheep Foundation, and thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Bob McNeil. I'm a member of the New Mexico Wild Sheep Foundation.
Good morning, I'm Steve Patton. I'm the New Fish Chief of Information Systems.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Laura Beltran-Schmitz with CLA, 50 Martinell, and the external auditors for the Department of Revocation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Paul Bella, I'm the Chief of Administrative Services.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public, Stuart Island, Chief of Wildlife.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Christiana Bickford, the Department's Communications Director, and I will mention we have about 18 people on the Zoom link with us at this time.
Oh, very good, and I hope we get to hear from them. Director, I'm not going to invite all those 18 people to introduce themselves, but I do believe that hopefully we'll get to hear from them later in the agenda. Okay, so moving right along, we have agenda item number 4, the consent agenda. The minutes have been posted on the Department of Game and Fish, and I believe we've also have information on the revocation. As a consent agenda item, we can proceed right to a vote. Do I have a motion on that consent agenda?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to move to approve item A of the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Commissioners. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Salazar, excuse me. Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Commissioner Archuletta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. We only focused on A, not on B. Commissioner Salazar, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to remove one individual for further discussion about the revocation recommendation. Mr. Corey Pearson, if we can remove him from the revocation. And if, I guess what I want to do is offer an alternative revocation timeframe. I have spoken to the Sergeant Darrell Cole, the head of the revocation manager, at great length about this case last night and before, and I've read all the reports. This case with Mr. Pearson exemplifies the reason why I have worked over the last years with this commission and the law enforcement folks to put some teeth into our revocation rule to provide some real meaningful punishment, I guess is what you call it, when you take away hunting and fishing privileges. Mr. Pearson has spent the last few years applying as a resident in both Texas and New Mexico. He is actually drawn in both states. He took a 6x6 bull out of the Gila in 2019. He had an active permit for oryx this year, license for oryx this year. The only reason we caught him was because he got caught trespassing while on a hunt in Texas. If the Texas game warden hadn't started the investigation, he would still be applying now in April. He would still be applying in Texas and here both. And so I am going to state it again, that when somebody does that, that is as egregious in my mind as you can get when you knowingly say you're a resident in both states just to scam the system. He took wildlife from residents or non-residents that apply legally, and especially in the Gila. But that oryx permit also, just somebody else, he turned that back in, but somebody else didn't get to go on one of their once-in-a-lifetime hunts. So for that reason, I would like to amend his revocation from 2 years to 5 years.
Any more discussion, commissioners? Do I have a motion? Commissioner.
Madam Chair, I would like to move that item 3B revocations be approved all except for Mr. Corey Pearson. And then I'll have a separate motion for him.
A second?
Second.
Thank you, commissioners. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Commissioner Archuletta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Madam Chair, I would move that Mr. Corey Pearson's revocation be instituted at 5 years.
Second?
Second.
Roll call? Or can we all just say, all in favor say aye, or should we do for a revocation like that?
Madam Chair, since you're changing the record, it might be worth doing a
Roll call,
roll
yeah.
call on that particular one.
Okay, proceed with the roll call, please.
Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Commissioner Archuletta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to our next agenda item, this is the selection of the commission chair and vice chair. I'm going to say it's been an honor, really. The last 2 years serving as the chair, I'm very honored and humbled. My values as serving for chair have been transparency, respect. I respect everyone that I deal with. Integrity, honesty, and of course, the expertise that each of us bring here to the table in working with the department. Any other discussion on chair or vice chair? Do we have a motion? Okay. Go ahead and make one motion, yeah. on chair.
Well, I'd like to nominate you for chair again. Is that a motion?
Thank you. That is
Yes.
fine. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, can I just say a voice? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Very good. In terms of vice chair, we have had 2 years of a lot of activity on the commission, and I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. Commissioner Salazar Henry, you have served as vice chair 2 years ago, and you and Commissioner Bates and Lopez served an additional year before that, and I want to say thank you. And of course, the Commissioner Archuletta is very new to the organization here, so I want to say thank you. But in that vein, I'm going to recommend for vice chair, Commissioner Bates. I think that for this next year, he would serve quite well as a vice chair with his expertise. We all, I think, respect you, Commissioner, and if you're willing to serve as vice chair, I think it would be great.
Well, thank you for that, Madam Chair. It is a surprise. Didn't see that one coming this morning. I'll leave it up to the pleasure of my teammates here.
Okay, well then I will so move the vice chair position be filled by Commissioner Jimmy Bates Jr.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Very good.
Thank you.
Director, Mr. Secretary, I believe on agenda item number 6, not present here today, but present in the audience, I think she's one of the 18, we have the Attorney General Sally Mollivay, is that correct?
Madam Chair, unfortunately, she had to step out to another meeting until about 10:15, so if we could either proceed without her, it's the same Open Meetings Act as you always have, or we can skip over this item and come back to it. I guess I'll also point out that it's obvious we're having a few technical difficulties, so the folks are trying to sort that out right at the moment. But however you'd like to proceed, I think the Open Meetings Act resolution is pretty straightforward, so you could proceed without the attorney, or you could wait.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. As you just said, it's pretty straightforward, commissioners and members of the public, and Department of Game and Fish. Our Open Meetings Act policy, our resolution, is on our website, and it's been very straightforward. I don't think there are any changes, and had an attorney been present, the attorney would have read, and therefore I'm going to turn to Commissioner Archuletta, if she could please read the act, and then if there are any questions from the commission or members of the audience, maybe we could do that in writing to the Attorney General's office, but I'm not sure there are going to be any questions. But let's please proceed, Commissioner, in reading the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Chair. New Mexico State Game Commission, January 22 through January 2. Whereas the New Mexico State Game Commission meet. Can you hear me? Okay. January 14th, 2022, at Santa Fe Community Convention Center, located at 201 West Marcy Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87501, and via the Zoom platform, as required by law. And whereas NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1B of the Open Meetings Act states that except as many may be otherwise provided in the Constitution or the provision of the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1 to -4, as amended through 2013, all meetings and quorum of members of any commission held for the purpose of formulating public policy, including the development of personnel policies, rules, regulations, or ordinances discussing public business, or for the purpose of taking any action within the delegated authority of such body are declared to be public meeting open in public at all times, whereas Section 10-15-1D, the Open Meetings Act, and 19.30.8 Nmac states that any meeting at which the discussion or adoption of any proposed or regulation or formal action occurs shall be held only after reasonable notice to the public. And whereas Section 10-15-1D of the Open Meetings Act and 19.30.3.8A of NMAC requires that the State Game Commission to determine annually what constitutes reasonable notice of public meetings. Now therefore be it resolved by the State Game Commission that 1, regular meeting notice shall be given at least 10 days in advance of any regular meeting. The notice shall indicate how a copy of the agenda may be obtained. The agenda will be available at least 72 hours prior to the meeting from the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish office located at 1 Wildlife Way, Santa Fe, and the Department of Game and Fish website at www.wildlife.state.nm.us. Number 2, special meetings. Notice shall be given at least 3 days in advance of any special meeting. The notice shall indicate how a copy of the agenda may be obtained. The agenda will be available at least 72 hours prior to the meeting from the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish office located at 1 Wildlife Way, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and on the New Mexico Game and Fish website, www.wildlifestate.nm.us. Emergency meetings. Emergency meetings will be called only under unforeseen circumstances that determine immediate action to protect the health, safety, property of the citizens, or protect the State Game Commission from substantial loss. The State Game Commission will avoid emergency meetings whenever possible. Notice should be given at least 24 hours in advance of any emergency meeting. The notice shall be indicated how a copy of the agenda may be obtained. The agenda will be available at least 24 hours prior to the office located at 1 Wildlife Way, Santa Fe, and the Department Game and Fish website, www.wildlife.state.nm.us, within 10 days of taking action on the emergency matter. The State Game Commission shall report to the Office of the Attorney General and take action and the circumstances creating the emergency, provided that the requirement to report to the Attorney General is waived upon the declaration of the state or national emergency. Teleconference participation. When it is difficult or impossible for a state game commissioner to attend a game commission meeting in person, the commissioner may participate by means of conference telephone or similar communications equipment as authorized by Section 10-15-1C and as provided by the State Game Commission rules and regulation. Number 5, requirements of legal notice or regular meetings. For the purpose of regular meetings described in paragraph 1 of the resolution, notice requirements shall be met if the notice date and time and place and information on how to obtain the agenda is placed in the newspaper of general circulation and posted at the Department of Game and Fish office located at 1 Wildlife Way in Santa Fe, New Mexico, or on the department's website at www.wildlifestate.nm.us. The department's administrator shall also mail and or email copies of written notice to the broadcast stations licensed by the Federal Communications Commission and newspapers of general circulation that have made written requests to notice public meetings. 6, requirements of legal notice in special emergency meetings. For the purpose of a special emergency meeting described in paragraph 2 and 3 of this resolution, notice requirements shall be met if notice is given by telephone of the date, time, place of the meetings to newspapers of general circulation in the state and posted in the department's department's office location in Santa Fe, Mexico, and the department's website, www.wildlifestate.nm. Written notice of the meetings shall Communications Commission and newspapers of general circulation that has been made a written request of notice of public meetings. Number 7, provision of the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA. In addition to the information specific of all notices shall include the following language. If you or are an individual with a disability who is in need of a reader, amplifier, qualified sign language interpreter, or other form of auxiliary aid or services to attend or participate in the hearing or meetings, please contact the game department at 505-476-8000 at least 1 week prior to the meeting or soon as possible. Public documents including the agenda minutes can be provided in various accessible formats. Please contact the department at 505-476-8000 if a summary or other type of accessibility format is needed. Number 8, closed session requirements. The commission may close a meeting to the public only if a specific matter of such decision or action is exempt from the open meetings requirement under section 10-15-1H of the Open Meetings Act. Section A of number 8, thank you. Requirements to enter into closed session. If any meeting is closed during an open meetings, such closures shall be approved by a majority vote or a quorum of the State Game Commission. Taken during the open meetings, the authority for the closure and the subjects may be discussed shall be stated within reasonable specificity in the motion of closure, and the vote on the closure of each individual member shall be recorded in the minutes. Only those subjects specified in the motion may be discussed in a closed meeting. Section B, legal notice requirements for closed sessions. If a closed meeting is conducted when the State Game Commission is not in open meetings, the closed meeting shall not be held until public notice, appropriate under the circumstances, stating the specific provisions of law authorizing the closed meetings and subjects to be discussed with reasonable specificity is given to the members and the general public. Number C, requirements following closed session. Following completion of any closed meetings, the meetings of the open meeting and meeting was closed, that the meeting was closed, or the minutes of the next open meetings, if the closed meeting was separately scheduled, shall state whether the matter discussed in the closed meetings were limited only to those specifically in the motion or notice of closure. The statement shall be approved by the State Game Commission as part of the minutes. Section D, Commission actions following closed sessions, except for a provision in Section 10-15-1 of H of Open Meetings Act, any action taken as a result of the discussion in a closed meeting shall be made by a vote of the State Game Commission and an Open Meetings Act adopted by the State Game Commission. This, actually today's date, which is March 4th, 2022, and is signed by the Chair, Sharon Salazar Hickey.
Wow. Would you like a glass of water?
Yes. I was trying to figure out how I could take my microphone and get one at the same time.
There's some water behind us. You did a very good job, Commissioner. Thank you very much for reading that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may, I believe that there needs to be a change at the beginning saying the location is at the Macy's Center here in Socorro.
Very good.
So we can fix that easily.
Absolutely. Well, then I won't sign that, but I think for discussion, Commissioners, do you have any other comments regarding this resolution? Thank you, Commissioner Salazar.
Madam Chair, one of the complaints I get from the general public is that we do not post the agenda timely enough for people to make travel plans and to decide and to go to their sportsmen's groups to talk about, or any conservation groups, to be able to have time to talk about who they can send, if they're interested, the comments they can pull together. I'm very concerned that we're still saying, 3 days for an agenda. So if there's any way we can extend that to something more reasonable, like 5 days at least, that gives people 5 days notice. A meeting's going to come up. The meeting is usually posted with the location, correct?
Correct.
So people know how far they're going to travel. But then if they at least have 5 days to pull together a group to look at the agenda, I think it's just better for us to allow the public to have more opportunity to participate in that manner.
Thank you, Commissioner Salazar Henry. I think that's an excellent suggestion. I have been very working with the director of the department to ensure that we meet that 3-day. The posting is always of a draft, and as we know, things can come up within those 3 days because, like the commissioners, receive feedback frequently, even within those 3 days. So it is a draft. Now, I am going to say, just for the record, from what I recall in some of our previous discussions, what our calendar looks like for 2022. For those of you who are present or online and you wish to mark your calendars, generally, this is the time frame that we're looking at. After today's meeting, April 11th in Santa Fe, June 3rd at Red River, July 22nd at Ruidoso, August 19th in Gallup, October 14th in Las Cruces, and then in January 13th of 2023 would be Santa Fe. Now, those are just tentative dates in that vein that we just heard from Commissioner Salazar Henry. I also want to say that the commissioners frequently will say, we want to make sure that we reach out to all parts of our state. It's a big state, and we don't want to just focus on one general area. By statute, the commissioners represent a broad and come from a very broad area of the state. So I'm just putting that out there. Any other discussion before we go to a motion? Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to amend the draft Open Meetings Act just presented by Commissioner Archuletta to amend it to state that agenda items or the draft agenda will be posted a minimum 5 days prior to the established commission meeting date. So I don't know what section that's in.
I believe that is in, well, I know it's in section number 2, Director. The regular meetings, notice shall be given at least 10 days in advance of any regular meeting.
So, Madam Chair, that's notice that there will be a meeting and the location and time, but not of the agenda, not of the items on the agenda.
The second sentence reads, the agenda will be available at least 72 hours prior to the meeting. So I believe that's the change where we need to make, sir.
Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to say that what I just said is tacked onto the motion of our commissioner.
And Madam Chair, may I also suggest that we correct dates and locations?
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, now that we have a solid motion, may I, one more thing?
No, we need a second.
Okay, yeah, we need a second. Second. Okay, very good. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Now, moving on to agenda item number 7, I'd like to hear from the director and his report.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, it's been quite some time since I've had the opportunity to say some things about what's going on in the department. Lots and lots has happened. I'm sure I won't be able to highlight it all, but I wanted to start out with a heartfelt thank you to, in particular, 4 employees who retired since we've last met. Unfortunately, with COVID and the short timelines of their decisions to retire, we didn't have an opportunity to formally say goodbye and thank you. So the first employee is Lance Tyson. He was our GIS guru, made many of the mapping products you've seen both hard copy and on the internet. Started with us in May of 1997 and just recently retired. The second individual is Matt Seidel. Matt started with us as a conservation officer in 1997, became the guide and outfitter registrar, completed his career as the manager of the OHV community. So We have a significant loss of institutional memory there. Next is Craig Sanchez. Craig began his career as a co-op student with us back in 1995, became a conservation officer supervisor, and then was the assistant chief over education for his last 5 or 6 years, I believe. He led the efforts during COVID to get all of our education materials online, and so that was a heavy lift for Craig, and I'm sad to see him go. And then finally, Bobby Griego. Bobby started with us in 1997 as a conservation officer in reserve. He was very involved in initial efforts with wolves, with artificial bear dens. He later became a conservation officer supervisor in Magdalena, and finished out his career, his last 9 years, as the chief and colonel of the Field Operations Division. He focused on professionalism, upgrading equipment, and ensuring our officers have the tools they need to perform. And so I'd like to thank each one of those individuals for their dedication to wildlife conservation and law enforcement. They'll be sorely missed. Along those lines, I'd also like to report that Lance Cherry has resigned as Chief of Information and Education to take a position with the Council to Advance Hunting and Shooting Sports. We've already advertised and interviewed for the position and hope to make an announcement soon. Speaking of announcements, as was heard during introductions, Tim Simbel has taken the position of Chief and Colonel of Field Operations. Tim brings 17 years of experience with the department in a variety of roles, most recently as the captain in our Albuquerque area office. Tim officially starts tomorrow, but obviously has already started digging into his job and working with commissioners. We continue to try to fill positions. We've got a lot of advertisements, a lot of hiring has occurred here recently. We'll be advertising again for law enforcement recruits in March. In May, I think we'll do the actual interviews and get them on. So we continue to try to fill our gaps and get back to more employees. I think we're getting closer and closer. Switching gears, in November, the department translocated 46 bighorn sheep, including 27 ewes and 19 rams, to the Alamo Waco Mountains. Crews spent 2 days capturing at the Red Rock facility, where 121 bighorn were observed during the 21 census. 41 of the 46 were equipped with GPS collars to document movements and survival. We conducted aerial surveys in select game units from December 8th through the 17th, 2021, to obtain composition ratios, which help the department estimate herd productivity and help with the development of the next 4-year rule cycle. We worked to complete 4,000 acres of strategic forest thinning on 2 large restoration landscapes in the Carson National Forest. We've been working with the Forest Service, the BLM, and the new Citizens Advisory Committee to allocate the $2.5 million in fisheries money for the habitat stamp. So Jacob Davidson and Daniel Lusk have been instrumental in those efforts. Hatchery construction continues at Glenwood Hatchery. We anticipate final completion later this spring. We had some delays due to supply chain, but that seems to finally be working itself out. We've completed outreach on potential introduction of striped bass crossed with white bass hybrids into Caballo Lake. Seems to be moving positively. People are interested in that. And we completed well system updates and stocked 200 Chihuahua chub into a refuge pond recently constructed on the River Ranch Wildlife Management Area, which hopefully will be a last step towards getting to the point where we might be able to petition to delist that species. Share with Wildlife kicked off a 4-month radio campaign. We completed multiple site visits to oil and gas development and mine sites as part of our technical guidance work. We did our midwinter waterfowl surveys the first week of January. They contribute to the nationwide data collection efforts on waterfowl. We had a number of folks in the Las Vegas Supervisory District, including Sean Carroll, have to respond to elk carcasses that were killed on private property on Christmas Eve. So our folks were out and about during the holidays. We have 5 new recruits that started December 13th. 4 of them are still with us, so we tend to lose a few, but we only lost 1, so that's a good sign. We expect those recruits to be out in the field in the next month or 2, and then we have another batch coming right behind them. So we have an issue with Carcass Tag Materials this year. We won't be able to have the adhesive Carcass Tag because, again, of supply chain. We did find an alternative material that will hunters will have to tape down just like the good old days. We've been working on correcting our capital assets tracking software, working with our external auditors to address that issue. We've sent in all of our resolutions to the Federal Aid Section Audit from the OIG, and they've been accepted. We've passed our PCI audit again this year. We've got a new call center phone system that is far superior to what we've had in the past. We can track it in real time. It actually connects the phones and they stay connected, so we're pretty excited about that, especially as we enter the busy final weeks of the draw. And I guess with that, I could go on and on, but I'll stop there, and that's just a few of the highlights of what's been happening.
Director, that was very good. I want to say thank you to the Department of Game and Fish. Those things that you just have highlighted, I echo. Just another thing I would like to say, again, thank you to those who retired. It broke my heart when I heard that they were leaving. All 4 that you mentioned are outstanding members of the department or had been outstanding members of the department. But I also want to do a special shout out. I want to say thank you to Field Ops. Thank you, Colonel. You're going to do an excellent job, but I also see other members of your division. You are chief of this fine division, and I'm going to call out some names, and I want you to stand up. All of the Field Ops personnel, can you please stand up? Sean, Ty, etc. Stand up, all of you. Commissioners, let's give them a hand. I get goosebumps when I read the newspapers and I know what's going on with the Department of Game and Fish. You are out there, you're the face, you are at risk very often in the face of danger, and I want to say a very big thank you to what you do. You balance and you respect everybody that is coming to the Department of Game and Fish, along with all of the personnel. So I want to say thank you to them. Of course, all of the division chiefs, I would like the division chiefs to please stand up right now. All division chiefs, another hand of applause. You all are doing an awesome job. Keep it up. Keep up the great work, and I want to say again, thank you. So, one last thing about the IT center, okay? Very good things, Director. Every email that comes to the commissioners, all of us, I want you to know, for the record, we read every single email, okay? We may not reply. Sometimes we may have an automatic reply or we may give you a response, but I want each and every one of you to know that we do read every email, okay? And again, a big thank you to all of you who do comment, who do reach out to the commission, because we are always very open to hear all sides. There's not just one side to every story, there are always 2 sides. Okay? Now, any other comments with regard to the director's report? Commissioner Salazar-Henry.
I guess I have a couple of things that, since we're short of time, I won't ask for a response today from the director, but I would like for him to include in his next report.
Okay.
All right?
Absolutely, go ahead.
And back in October and again in November, we've asked for an update about being able to use the Habitat Protection Act under Chapter 17 to limit the amount of OHV use on some critical areas, and see if we can get a handle on the abuse that's going on out in the field. We also have talked about, and it would be beneficial to get an update on the website upgrade, see how that's coming along, if we're going to have something great coming in the new fiscal year. I'd also like some information, but maybe I can ask Kirk about the second phase of the Glenwood Hatchery renovation with the money that we got in this year's capital outlay plan, and any discussion on the visitor center. And last, I would just like to ask the director right now if one of the things I've been doing and talking to various members of the sportsmen's community and groups and the conservation groups is to start this month and really do an aggressive outdoors, respect the outdoors campaign, kind of like what was done last year. I've talked to several members. They're going to put something out in their newsletters. They've promised to do a lot on social media. Last year, we had to shame people into picking up their trash and stuff, and we have new fishing season starting April 1st. And so I think the game department should step up their game also and use everything they can to help remind people that they need to respect the outdoors, respect each other when you're camping or fishing next to each other, pick up after yourself, pack it in, pack it out, leave it better than what you found it. And so I would ask that, I know you're shorthanded in public affairs right now, but I would ask that if we can somehow maybe even coordinate with some of the conservation and sportsmen's groups, that would be great. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Excellent. As always, Commissioner Salazar Henry. Any other commissioners' thoughts, comments? Okay. Well, let's move on now to the general public comments. Director, have we received some? Very good. Gosh, let me count them. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tristana, do we have anybody else online?
Madam Chair, I do have one comment to read and just ask people online to raise their hand when they were ready.
Perfect. And so as I call your name, please come to the microphone up here. First one on this list, let me explain. Because of the time constraints, I have asked the department to keep a close eye on the clock with me, just to help time management. I want to hear from all of you, and if you are cut short on those 3 minutes, I welcome you to please put things in writing. We get those emails, or just reach out. Okay, sir, so first one, Mr. Brandon Nguyen, as yourself, please come forward. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, Commission, my name is Brandon Nguyen. I'm from Albuquerque, and I just wanted to make a general comment about, this is a really important year, the rule cycle, so you're going through a lot of rules, and I passed out, I said, I don't know if you received it, I had a few quotes from the first Game Wardens report for the state of New Mexico when we were a territory, we first became a state, and then the second one, and both of those state game wardens were, they were the full regulation of wildlife. They mentioned that the wildlife is everybody's wildlife, that there's no special interest in wildlife, and they specifically mentioned people that aren't of high means or that aren't wealthy, basically, don't have access to wildlife. So I'm just asking you to keep in mind that New Mexico, by any objective measure, we have the most privatized pay-to-play wildlife distribution allocation system in the western states, and I'll be providing you by email some data supporting what I just said. It's very clear. I just want you to keep in mind and just see if you can, I'm just asking you to move a small amount, 5%, whatever you can, through the licensing rules of private pay-to-play permits to the New Mexico public. We just had this big stream access war. The public is very excited about this, and we'd like to keep the momentum going. It's the same subject, and so we would like to gain a little bit on that. Also, in doing this, I don't think that you get the information, you don't have the information you need. I've been trying to get a compilation report of who is getting all the licenses in New Mexico. It's distributed through different databases in Game and Fish. It's very frustrating. We can't do an IPRA to get the information because it's here and it's there. It's for years I've been trying to get it. I think the commission, to make responsible, public trust centered decisions, you need the information. Who really is getting to hunt in New Mexico? Is it people that have the money to pay, or is it some kid that lives in northern New Mexico or down in Quemado? Well, I can answer that for you. Up to half the time for different species in different places, it's people that have a lot of money that don't live here. And I think that as public trust officers, that you have a duty to at least know what you're creating and what you're doing. Licensing is how you can do it, and I'll give specific recommendations on how you can tinker with some of these rules. And I'm just going to add, since I have apparently a little bit more time, I don't see that E+ is on the agenda to be opened as a hearing this year. I know I'm hearing rumors that everyone's told to not cause any controversy at Game and Fish at the commission from, we know where it's coming from, the executive branch of the government. I mean, that's just not right. Status quo can be just as controversial as attacking the issue that's in front of you. And I think that the public is kind of getting more aware, and we're going to show up, right? So it will be controversial to sweep it under the rug. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next up is John Richardson, a manager, I believe. If you could please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is John Richardson. My family owns the Slash Ranch at Beaverhead. We are issued E+ tags. I didn't sell a one this past year. I couldn't sell a one. I wouldn't do that to a hunter. There are no elk in our area due to Mexican wolf. We live there. We see it. You get these numbers from the elk count, and New Mexico State University doing their studies of what's causing the depredations. We see it as the wolf. Now we also ranch. My cattle have been on the buffet ever since the elk have been eaten out. Endangered Species Act, what a big can of worms that is. It's been tweaked and changed since its original intent. And the big phrase in it is best available science. The eco-socialist groups, that's what I call them now, I used to call them radical environmentalist groups, but the eco-socialist groups who do not want to see any capitalism on federally mismanaged land, whether it's using the spotted owl for logging, and we see what that has caused. Now they're using the Mexican wolf on the ranchers and the hunters. So I would just ask you to help us with this Endangered Species Act, what I consider is federal overreach. And the science that's being used, it's manufactured to suit their cause. It's manufactured. Not unlike what Fauci and the CDC, whatever your beliefs are on that, what Fauci and the CDC did to the American people in our schools and our businesses. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Now, next up is Alicia Shaw with the State Policy Coordinator position. Thank you. Please come forward.
Hi, good morning. I'm Alicia Shaw. I'm the new State Policy Coordinator with the Western Landowners Alliance. Our Executive Director, Leslie Allison, is sitting in the back. And I just wanted to take a minute to introduce myself and just to share a couple thoughts and a couple points. The Western Landowners Alliance represents about 2,000 members in 11 western states, and we have about 300 members in New Mexico that manage more than 2.5 million acres of deeded and leased land. And so just wanted to discuss a couple things today in these comments. The first is the Supreme Court decision this week. We recognize that this is likely to be a very protracted process, and so we ask that the department ensure throughout this process that we are protecting the resources, the natural resources, and providing clear and timely guidelines to landowners and the general public so we can avoid unnecessary conflict and damage. And then the other thing we wanted to ask you is to remember that private landowners are providing habitat, 50% of the habitat for big game species. That's a lot, and a lot of it is the critical habitat for these species. So please remember this as you're considering these rules that are opening up, these big game rules in the months ahead. We can't sustain hunting and fishing in New Mexico without the investment of private landowners. Landowners won't be willing or able to make investments to sustain the wildlife if they can't make it work economically. So please consider, in your decisions regarding these big game rules, the economic impacts to landowners and to rural communities throughout the whole state. When the economics don't work, we lose habitat, right? We've lost more than 5 million acres in the last 2 decades to development. And every year, the average of that is about 220,000 acres per year. Every single acre means less wildlife, means less of a hunting and fishing experience for our whole state. So diminishes that and the opportunity for everyone. So I just thank you for your consideration. Please engage landowners throughout this process. WLA is here to offer support and partnership in these conversations. And I just thank you for your time and consideration. It's nice to meet y'all. Thanks, Madam Commissioner and Madam Chair and all the commissioners. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up is Jack Diamond, also, I believe, a landowner. Please step forward. Thank you.
Thank you for having me today, and I want to start out that I'm a big supporter of the Game and Fish. I have many friends with the Game and Fish, and have known Roberta for many years when we were in Santa Fe. I'd like to just say that E+ is the best system in the states here, in all the western states. I'm a big supporter, and I'm also a big supporter of non-residents in the draw. I think there's a lot of misinformation going on, and I would just say that I do support both of those. I'm also a little concerned about, I keep hearing about taking some sheep tags away from the non-residents. I think that would be a mistake. You get a ton of money from the Sheep Foundation and other agencies. I think that would be a big mistake to even consider that. So I was going to get back to what I was here to talk to you about. I made some notes. I have it, and this has nothing against the Game and Fish or anybody. I'm just going to tell you from somebody that has lived in the Gila since I was 10 years old, have hunted not so much fish because we don't have much water there, but have hunted, have run cattle there, have been on many trips in the Gila. So I've done this a long time. But I'm going to call this the downward trend in the Gila. And I'm going to start out with wolves. We can see wolves in every canyon, almost major canyon, and they are becoming a big issue. The problem with expanding the boundaries that they've done, and they come up with more numbers, I don't think you're ever going to see wolves in 34 around Ruidoso, Capitan, Tiburon. The reason why is because there's people there. And when there's people, there's conflict. They're going to eat dogs, cats, elk, deer, livestock. So I think the biggest issue is you have these wolves in the Gila, and I think they're there to stay. What is the number? Somebody tell me what the number of wolves that the Gila will support. Now they're saying it could be unlimited. I think that's a big mistake. I offer my ranch. You guys can come up. We can see tracks. We can see wolves. We can go to Johnny's ranch where there's depredations, and it's going to be a major issue. The next thing I'd like to say is some more issues that I see affecting the Gila. That's all I'm talking about, and that is game cameras. And I think, Logan, I think Mr. Duff will agree on some of these things that I'm bringing to your attention. In my opinion, game cameras should be taken down the day before the first hunt that starts. You can go to dirt tanks in the Gila and you will see somewhere between 3 to 8 trail cameras every day that you go there. Now people are starting to run game cameras, and I mean by that, I mean they're going from one tank to the next tank, checking their cards to see. Just real quick, I just want to do a few other things. If you don't mind, side-by-sides are traveling off-road everywhere, and that's a major issue in the Gila. I was also going to say some of the issues we do use trail cameras, but that's an issue. Guns shooting 1,000 yards, bows shooting over 100 yards, that all contributes to what's going on in the Gila. So please think about some of these things that you can help us with to keep the elk the way we have. Thank you. And sorry I went over.
No problem. Thank you, sir. Sean Carroll, thank you. Please come forward. The New Mexico Conservation Officers Association. Nice to see you, officer.
As you know, I'm Sean Carroll with the New Mexico Conservation Officers Association. We'd first like to thank the commissioners who have listened to our concerns about our officer retention issues within the state. We are hopeful the commission will continue to push the compensation package that was presented to the director earlier this year. This package would address many of our concerns of our members and bring us closer to being in line with other law enforcement agencies within the state. We can only speak on behalf of our members, but we would like to see all Game and Fish employees' compensation competitive within the Western U.S., ensuring we recruit and retain the best wildlife management and officers in the country. So I appreciate your efforts and hope these continue. Thank you.
Officer, thank you. Thank you very much. That was very good. Okay. Commissioners, oh yes, online. Thank you, Commissioner Archuletta. Tristana, can you please connect those that are on standby?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 3 hands currently raised.
Beautiful.
I have, let me see, Joseph Riviera is unmuted, and Joseph, if you can unmute on your end, you can speak. Yes.
Hello, we don't hear you.
Hello, folks.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. Thank you, Joseph Rivera. Yeah.
Welcome. Thank you, Sharon Hickey. I've enjoyed communicating with you by email.
Yes.
My name is
Likewise.
Joseph Rivera, and I'm from Artesia. I am the gentleman that has communicated with NM Game and Fish about the mule deer population in Unit 34 and then 30, specifically on the east side of Unit 34. Just here in these last few days, we have visited with the U.S. Forest Service office in Cowcroft, the BLM office in Roswell, and the State Trust Lands office, both out of Santa Fe and Roswell. Touch bases with them. Of course, as you know, we spoke to at least between 80 and 90 households and ranches on the east side of Unit 34 about the problem with the mule deer population, and it still to this day has been confirmed. There's a serious problem with the mule deer population over there. Everyone has their opinions as to what it is. After visiting with the BLM, the State Trust Land, and the U.S. Forest Office, with 2 of those organizations, the individuals that we spoke to here just yesterday had confirmed that opinion as well. And so we sent the Game and Fish, I know it's a large number of 20 proposals to address the mule deer problem. I'm looking forward to going through this, and to us it really doesn't matter what the problem is or the main situation or the problem is, or whether it's a combination of whatever it may be with drought, lack of water. Certainly 5,180 mule deer tags between Unit 34 and Unit 30, that has to change. And so, we're going to start working with the State Trust Lands to try to come up with a program as we submitted to this commission, something in terminology, Wildlife Observation Commission for 34B. We're looking to break up Unit 34 East and West, 34 A and B. Maybe a third section C is needed to get some more elk hunters. So 34 is heavily inundated with elk. To all you folks out there in New Mexico, this is high open country, and they're in there like rocks. So I'm looking forward to continuing to working with you all. And this is a dire situation for the mule deer population. This is what tiny herds of deer are left. You know, we're worried about a coyote explosion over there finishing off the fawns, and when the older deer die off, it's, you know, it's going to be a big problem in just 1 or 2 years from now. And that is all I have to say. We'll stay in contact with you folks, and as we continue this journey.
Thank you, sir. Tristana, next up?
Yes, Madam Chair. Next, we have Jesse Duval.
Ah, thank you very much. Jesse Duval.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I'll be very brief. I do want to echo some of what Jack Diamond said with regard to the side-by-sides and some of the disruptions that have been happening in the Gila. Obviously, I have a disagreement when it comes to E+, and would agree with Brandon Nguyen in the comments he made about E+. Mostly in this general comment period, though, I'd really like to congratulate Mr. Tim Simbal on his new position. I think that's fantastic. So thank you very much, commissioners, and congratulations to Mr. Simbal.
Excellent. Thank you, Jesse Duval. Next up.
Next, we have John Crenshaw.
Ah, very good. Thank you, John Crenshaw. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is John Crenshaw. I'm president of the board of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. And I couldn't be there today, but it's really nice to see you folks meeting in person again and seeing a sizable audience. It almost makes me feel like we're back to something like normal. Since I won't be able to stay on for the whole meeting, I'll touch on a few things. First, I'd like to welcome to the board Commissioner Archuletta. Thank you for stepping up. We want the commission, the department, and all of us to succeed in managing our wildlife and moving ahead. The Wildlife Federation also definitely support and second everything that Officer Sean Carroll just said about compensation, retention, and support of all the game department staff. They need it and they deserve it, and they work hard for it, and it's really past due. And we really would like to see them brought to parity with the states around us. To comment on a couple of the coming agenda items, I really want to congratulate Paul Varela and his staff on producing an unqualified audit. Now that's a big deal. I didn't realize it until I was on the board and we went through our own audit procedures, which included a little bit of federal aid money. And there's lots of strings attached. They handle hundreds of thousands, literally, little licenses, stamps with lots of different prices. They're a very complex and challenging fiscal accounting work that they have to do, and they get it done. And so here's to the folks that keep the lights on. Thank you, Paul, and all your helpers. Also, I've had the chance to read the department's initial plan, laying groundwork for implementing the Federal Recovering America's Wildlife Act, which will very likely pass sometime this year, maybe before the end of the fiscal year this year. And it's an absolutely monumental piece of legislation. It's on the par with Pittman, Robertson, and Dingell-Johnson Acts of long ago. It would approximately double the department's budget and staff, and make the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish unqualifiedly a full-blown wildlife agency. The report is very well done. It's a great roadmap to guide all of us as this game-changing program comes into being. And I hope I live long enough to see it really go into full fruition some years down the line.
Very good.
And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Any other public comments?
Yes, Madam Chair. Next, we'll have Joel Gay.
Ah, very good. Thank you, Joel Gay. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Game Commission. I'm Joel Gay. I'm the policy chair of the New Mexico chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We'd like to welcome Dina Archuletta to the State Game Commission. And as we've said before, wildlife management is not for the faint of heart. And while we may not agree on every issue, we look forward to working with you for the benefit of the wildlife, habitat, and hunters and anglers of New Mexico. However, we are deeply disappointed that Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham has once again named to the Game Commission a person with no record of working in wildlife management and little or no experience as a New Mexico hunter and angler. Our Game Commission is facing monumental challenges. We believe all 7 commissioners should have a working knowledge of a wide range of wildlife management issues so they are able to effectively contribute to finding solutions. While we understand that every new commission appointee goes through a learning curve, they should not start from ground zero. We were extremely happy with the governor's original slate of commissioners in 2019, and we told her so. But since then, she has followed the same path as her immediate predecessors and removed highly qualified commissioners for blatantly political reasons. It's time for Governor Lujan Grisham to treat the Game Commission and the thousands of hunters and anglers who fund wildlife management in this state with the respect it deserves. Once again, we ask her to appoint a diverse commission of highly qualified, experienced New Mexico residents, and then let them do their job free of political pressure.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Gray. Wonderful. Anybody else? Ms. Donna?
Madam Chair, that's everybody that's raised their hand, but I do have one statement to read that was sent in on our chat.
Please do.
It's from Dave Kennecke. He's the Director of Ranching and Conservation at Philmont Ranch in Cimarron and the VP of New Mexico Cattle Growers. He is having difficulty with the audio on his end, so that's why he sent the comment. He says, sending support for the minor changes in the Bighorn and Javelina rules as were presented to us earlier in the meeting by Chief Filey. Also are good with status quo on pronghorn, but would strongly prefer keeping at least one of those antelope seasons in late August. As for ranchers and outfitters, the overlapping tightening of seasons in September really strains operations and the resident guides who depend on this as livelihood incomes. There needs to be a break in there somewhere just for the mechanics of operation and to keep hunt experience quality high. Also, the later seasons may lead to strain on ranching operations that are ramping up or in full swing and hunters on both public and private land. We appreciate being contacted by the department we appreciate being contacted by the department to have candid, open discussions on this topic. And I do have one more hand that was raised while I was reading that.
Okay, let's bring them in. Thank you.
You're welcome. Kevin Bixby, you are permitted to speak.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. I didn't realize I needed to raise my hand on the Zoom call. Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Kevin Bixby, and I am the Executive Director of Wildlife for All, a national campaign to transform state wildlife management to meet today's conservation. I wanted to share with you our view of the role of this commission. We believe that wildlife is a public trust, which means that wild animals don't belong to anybody but the government. The commission has a duty as trustee to protect that trust for the benefit of everybody. And not just hunters, not just anglers, not just bird watchers, but everybody. And not just those who are alive today, but those who get to be born. The public trust is in fact the first of the North American model, and one that is well suited to serve as a foundation for a new paradigm in wildlife conservation in the age of ongoing extinctions and the climate crisis. Our expectations for you as trustees of the Wildlife Trust are that you will place this duty to preserve the Wildlife Trust above everything else. It is an awesome and solemn responsibility, and we are counting upon you as representatives of the broad public interest in wildlife to fulfill your trustee duties to the best of your abilities with integrity, accountability, and fearlessly without concern for the consequences. And we stand ready to assist and defend you in meeting those expectations and fulfilling your duties as trustees of the Wildlife Public Trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Madam Chair, we do have one more. We have Michael Dax. You are unmuted.
Good morning.
Yes, are
Can you all hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, great. Okay, wonderful. Yes, I'm Michael Dax, I'm the Western Program Director of Wildlife Network. I want to make two quick comments, separate comments. One, I do want to comment on not the appointments, but rather the dismissals of commissioners that have happened over the past several years. That, echoing previous comments, I think it's important that commissioners be insulated and be able to do their job as they see fit and call on the expertise that they have, that is the reason that they were appointed to the Game Commission, without fear of political retribution. And it appears that the previous dismissals were political in nature, and similar to what Mr. Bixby said, I think it's important that you all are able to do your job without fear of that dismissal. On a completely separate matter, I'd also would request that the Commission review current policy that requires anyone requesting data from the department to submit an IPA request. I've been in the process of trying to get information about habitat stamp program water sources based on a map that was shown at the November Commission meeting. It's not sensitive data, it's, water sources that you all have developed or maintained over the year with habitat stamp money. And multiple times I've had to go through the IPA process, which seems like a poor use of staff time and has created delays in getting that data. And although I would understand it for GPS collar data or other data that could be sensitive, I think there's a lot of data that the department keeps that the public should have ready access to. And I work in other states around the West, and in other states, I've had a much easier time, a simple request to a staff person, and they are able to, send that data to me themselves without, having to fill out additional paperwork and go through lawyers, et cetera. So I'd really appreciate if the Commission would be able to review that policy. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Tristana?
That is all of the hands I have raised.
It's always wonderful to hear every single comment. I want to thank you all for all of your comments. We listen to them, as I often say in email. We respect your comments and we consider them very thoroughly. So moving right along. Next is our audit presentation on the State Game Commission. Chief Paul Varela and Laura, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. As you stated, agenda item number 9 is the presentation and approval of the fiscal year 2021 audit. And seated here with me is Laura Beltran-Smits from Clifton Larson Allen, which is our independent auditor. And with that, I'll turn it over to Laura.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Thank you for allowing me to present this morning. As discussed, I'll be going through the 60 pages of your financial statements at length throughout this meeting. I'm joking for those who cannot see my face. As exhilarating as I'm sure that would be, we'll be going through some brief highlights over the matters that are required to be discussed with governance. We did complete our audit procedures, and our audit opinion is dated October 29th. The financial statements in the audit report were submitted to the New Mexico Office of the State Auditor on November 1st, 2021, which is the statutory the regulatory deadline issued by the New Mexico Office of the State Auditor. Those set of financial statements were officially released by the Office of the State Auditor on December 8th. And this then presentation to you all in this forum satisfies the requirement outlined by the New Mexico State Audit Rule to then subsequently present those results in the audit to the members of the Commission. As discussed, I'll cover some key highlights and required communications that we are to discuss with you all. Our responsibility as your external auditors was to provide an opinion over the fair presentation of the balances and notes disclosed in the department's financial statements. We performed our audit under generally accepted auditing standards, which essentially means we are independent of the management of the department. We're independent of the items contained in the financial statements. We perform tests on a sample basis in order to feel comfortable with those balances and information disclosed in the department's financial statements. Our audit does not relieve management of its responsibility and ownership over those financial statements, and these are not CLA's numbers, these are the department's numbers. We did perform our audit according to the plan, scope, and timing that we discussed during our entrance conference back in the summer of 2021 before we actually started our audit work, and nothing changed as a result of any audit procedures that were undertaken throughout the course of our field work. Just a friendly reminder, even though our financial statements are released and available to the public on the state auditor's website, they are to be used in their entirety, not to be reproduced in any sections for any manner other than in their own entirety. And our responsibility ends as of the date of that report, the report date, which was October 29th. Management is responsible for the accounting policies for the department, which are outlined in Note 2 of the department's financial statements. No significant changes to overall accounting policies. There was a new pronouncement that was issued. We don't have to get into the nitty-gritty of the language of that pronouncement, simply that it changed a bit of your financial statement presentation for two funds. Nothing changed as it relates to the accounting for activity in that fund, nor the discretion that is used with activity in that fund. It's simply where the columns are presented on the statements was changed based on some change in fund terminology and definition. No matters were deemed particularly sensitive to the department's financial statements, very standard for an organization of your size, nature, and governmental organization in the state of New Mexico. There are additional schedules and statements included in your overall financial statement packet, meaning your schedule of expenditures of federal awards, that's the acronym CFA on the presentation there, and other schedules required by the New Mexico Office of the State Auditor, in which we also provide an in relation to opinion on that data contained, meaning that we performed additional tests to ensure that the data on those schedules is fairly presented as it relates to the other statements at the front of your financial statements. Thank you. Management did sign a representation letter at the conclusion of our audit before we rendered our opinion. This is a requirement for all auditing standards that management signs a letter stating all of our questions asked were answered wholly. Information that we requested was provided to us without leaving anything out. Very standard required communications. Management signed the representation before we issued our audit. A past adjusting journal entry is one that is identified through the course of our work. However, it does not rise to the level of dollar amount threshold that actually requires it to be adjusted in the department's trial balance. This was a matter, it was provided to us by the department. It was not part of our audit work. It was provided to us by the department. It was the results of the federal OIG report for the period of 2016 through 2018. Again, this was not part of our work. It was the federal OIG's work. However, based on that work by the federal OIG, there were some matters that the department needed to repay under one of the federal grants, and so what the department was doing was reducing its future draws of that grant as opposed to just repaying. The reason why we do have to include it is simply it was a matter that the department provided to us, we evaluated, included in our work papers, required to discuss with you any items that are not necessarily recorded in the trial balance, but do raise to a certain threshold that requires discussion with you all. Pleased to say there were certainly no difficulties in performing our audit. This is our second year as the department's auditors. Great working with the team, with everyone involved. We really appreciate everyone's patience, cooperation with us. We ask a lot of questions. There are no issues discussed prior to the department retaining us as your auditors, no additional consultations, and no other findings that were discussed that are not included in the department's financial statements in the schedule of findings and question costs. This slide is a high-level summary of our auditor's results. As one of the members of the audience previously pointed out, yes, we are rendering an unmodified opinion. That is a clean opinion. That's the highest. That's what you want to get. That means that we feel comfortable with the balances and information included in the notes and that they are fairly presented and reasonably stated. Keywords there, reasonably stated. We don't provide absolute assurance. That would be looking at everything. We do sample testing. Internal controls over major programs. We did test the department's Fish and Wildlife Cluster for the federal testing. That was also received an unmodified opinion. As part of that work, we're testing the compliance requirements to ensure that the department is spending that money appropriately, tracking the money, reporting the money, and then requesting the draws appropriately. Regarding financial and federal findings, we did not identify any federal findings during our work. Financial matters, there was turnover in the departments in the finance area, administrative services. There was some turnover and some key personnel in that area that did lead to some delayed audit deliverables that were needed for our audit test work. Fortunately, we were able to receive everything in order for us to perform the work necessary to feel comfortable with all balances. However, the turnover did not lend to us being able to stay on track with our initial and previously discussed milestones. We had great communication with the team. We had great communication with everyone throughout, so it's certainly not an indication that the department was not communicating with us. It's simply a result of everything that everyone is facing with staffing challenges. And there were no prior year findings to be discussed. Financial highlights that I'll just go through quite quickly. I know you all are very well versed with your financial highlights and your financial matters, as evidenced by the discussion that takes place in your minutes and your respective, finance meetings. But feel free if there are any additional questions. This just identifies some high-level figures comparing fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 21, identifying that your overall total revenue, which is the top bar, your total revenue did increase roughly $5.4 million, which was actually largely driven by the increase in your federal revenue, federal and other grants, which is largely related to a lot of capital projects that were taking place FY21, and then as I hear in FY22 as well. The largest single source of revenue still stems from the department's your hunting and license revenue. Of course, you're a self-sustaining agency. You do not receive any funds from the state general fund, something to be very proud of, but that is identified by your service revenue, that bottom row, which did increase as well, and it is your largest source of your revenue. Item that we just wanted to point out, your interest looks a little wonky. That has absolutely nothing to do with the department's ability to control your interest rates. Your cash is managed by the New Mexico State Treasurer's Office. So that was a big decline due to the decrease in the interest rates that took place for majority of FY21 compared to the daily rates in FY20. This is your high-level overview of your expenditure activity. Again, total expenditures, we did have an increase in your total expenditures, which essentially cannot find my words there, matches your increase in your overall total revenue. Your expenditures largely increase in your capital outlay, again, related to your federal activity, your federal expenditures, and your federal revenue. So that's something that we look at is, does all of this make sense? And is it moving together accordingly and as we would expect? There were really no other major items here to discuss unless there's any specific questions. This is just identifying some information. Wanted to pull out your non-federal expenditures compared to your service revenue, considering these are matters, your service revenue is set in statute, which I completely understand, something to keep an eye on simply because this is identifying, let's say you were to never receive federal funding again, would you be able to continue your operations solely on your service revenue? Likely for a period of time, however, inflation is going to continue to impact your expenses and your costs, your cost of living and your salaries increases. However, if your revenues and your service revenue are not moving in accordance with that, that could be challenging if there were any situation where the department is unable to get the federal funding that it needs for all of the other capital expenditures and projects in which it's performing. So just something to highlight and keep on the back in front of your minds. On the horizon, fun stuff. This is more jargon. Again, we don't need to get into it, other than there's going to be a change in what your financial statements are going to look like for the year ending June 30, 2022. So right now, all of your leases that you hold as either the lessor or the lessee are not included in in your balance sheet. You're simply including the revenue and expenditures. This pronouncement does change that requirement in that you're either going to have to add assets and you're going to have to add related liabilities, you're going to have to add receivables. You know, your numbers are going to look probably quite different next year. So that's the only reason why I wanted to bring this to your attention. Again, happy to go into it as in-depth as anybody likes, but this is just simply your numbers are going to look different next year, so be prepared. Thank you for allowing me to serve allowing us to serve the department again, and for allowing me to present these results to you. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Excellent summary, excellent report. Commissioners, any comments? Discussion? Very good. Well, thank you very much. We have I think we need a motion on this, don't we?
Yes.
May I ask one of the commissioners to move to approve the annual audit that we just heard?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. This audit is approved. Thank you so much, Chief and Laura. Okay. As you'll recall, Commissioners, I asked that we adjust our agenda. So from the agenda item number 9 that is on the Department of Game and Fish website, Lord Almighty, we get to see Ty Jackson, Department of Game and Fish Captain. Thank you so much, sir, for the rule hearing on hunting and fishing license revocation, Rule 19.31.2 of the New Mexico Administrative Code. Thank you, sir. Again, it's a pleasure to see you. May I? Very good. This hearing will please come to order. My name is Sharon Salazar Hickey, Chair to the Commission. I will be serving as the hearing officer and be advised by the Commission's counsel from the Office of Attorney General, who is online. The purpose of this hearing is for the Commission to receive public comment on repealing and replacing the Hunting and Fishing License Revocation Rule, Title 19, Chapter 31, Part 2 of the New Mexico Administrative Code, which will become effective on April 1st, 2022. These hearings are being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Game and Fish Act and the State Rules Act. These hearings are being audio taped and video recorded. Anyone interested in a copy of the audio tape or video recording should contact Tristana Bickford with the Game and Fish Department. Public notice of this hearing was advertised in the New Mexico Register, the New Mexico Sunshine Portal, and on the Department of Game and Fish website. Copies of the proposed amendments have been available on that website. Those wishing to comment here today must have registered to submit public comment on the Zoom webinar platform. Now, let me proceed to describe to you the hearing procedures. Conducted in the following manner. Staff will be present Staff will present pre-filed exhibits. Exhibits admitted into evidence are available for review by the public on the department's website. After all exhibits are entered, we will proceed to the presentation of the proposed rule, after which testimony will be taken from the audience. Participants are asked to raise their hand in the Zoom webinar platform and wait until they are called upon to speak. In order to speak that the hearing is accurately recorded, only one person at a time shall be allowed to speak. Any person recognized to speak is asked to first Identify yourself by name and who you are affiliated with for the recorded each time you are recognized. Second, please speak loudly and clearly to accurately record your comments. After a person has offered comment, they will stand for questions from the hearing officer, me, and the audience may also ask questions of anyone offering comments after being recognized by me. These hearings are not subject to judicial rules of evidence. However, in the interest of efficiency, I reserve the right to limit any testimony deemed irrelevant, redundant, or unduly repetitious. The Commission may discuss the proposed new rule after the public comment portion of the hearing, and final Commission action, including adoption of the rule, may occur after the conclusion of the presentation and public comment period of each hearing. Those are my instructions, Director and Commissioners. So let us proceed. This is the hearing, item number 20, on rulemaking hearing on hunting and fishing license revocation rule 19.31.2, NMAC for the record. Exhibits. This hearing is now open. Are there any exhibits for the proposed amendments to 19.31.2 NMAC for the record?
Yes, Madam Chair. I have 4 exhibits for you today. Exhibit number 1 will be a notice of the rulemaking. Exhibit number 2 will be a copy of the proposed rule as posted on our website. Exhibit number 3 will be a copy of the presentation that I'm giving today. And exhibit number 4 will be a summary of the proposed rule as it was posted on our website.
Thank you, sir. Exhibits 1 through 4, as described, are hereby admitted into the record. Sir, can you please introduce the proposed amendments to 19.31.2?
Yes, ma'am. Very briefly, because we're on final here and you all have seen this, this is not substantially changed since this was first proposed. I'm happy to take any questions if we have them as we go, but the presentation is relatively short here. So basically what the proposed changes to this rule will do is simplify the rule. We want to establish some clear timeframes for revocations. Those exist currently in the rule as it is, but it is not exactly clear when we come to cases where there are exceptional circumstances, either extenuating circumstances or aggravating circumstances or mitigating circumstances. And so this would establish that. It would allow the department, along that vein, it would allow the department to make recommendations for enhancing or reducing revocations based on the circumstances surrounding that individual case. Because as we know, all of these cases are unique, and there are cases where folks accrue a lot of points but may not necessarily need the length of time, or don't accrue as don't accrue as many points as some others, but the circumstances surrounding it were particularly egregious, and so this allows that. If any of those recommendations are made, either an enhancement or a reduction, if they're made by the department, they'll be made in writing, and the commission is not bound to abide by those. They can make their own decision. You all retain the authority to make the final decision. And there will be some changes in the proposed rule to the point values. As you can see, we will be implementing a new 40-point category. Currently it requires, and this will remain, it requires 20 or more points within any 3 consecutive years to be subject to revocation. The purpose of the 40-point category is, again, once they reach that 40-point threshold, whether it's through a single 40-point violation or multiple smaller point values within a 3-year period, they are subject to, it allows the department to make a recommendation for an enhanced revocation or potentially, again, a small reduced revocation. And then finally, this is from the department's perspective, this is probably the most important one for us, is streamlining the administrative process. It's quite cumbersome, and it's lengthy, and it's extremely expensive for a lot of these suspensions in particular. So what I'm talking primarily about is Parental Responsibility Act requires that we suspend a person if they've not paid their child support. There's a process in there. Currently it's basically the same process as if they received points for criminal violations. They have the opportunity for a hearing. And even if they choose to exercise those, in the end, we still can't change the fact that they haven't paid their child support. And so it's basically eliminating this. It is going to put us in line with MVD and some other state agencies that revoke licenses or suspend licenses, and basically change it from a notice of contemplated action to a notice of suspension. They are suspended until they come into compliance. There is language in the rule, in the proposed rule, which allows for administrative for us to change it if there's a misunderstanding or if we got the information incorrect. So in other words, if parental responsibility in particular, if they were able to provide us a certificate of compliance from HSD, but for whatever reason HSD did not have them on that last list, we would then be able to immediately take them off the suspension list. So once they come into compliance. The same would apply to things like failure to pay a penalty assessment. So when we issue a citation and they accept a penalty assessment to pay a fine, if they fail to pay, they will be suspended, and as soon as they pay, they will come back into compliance. Therefore, they'll be reinstated without any further action. That is the gist of it. We are, going back to the points, we are getting rid of three categories of points that currently exist. Those will be the 17-point, 15-point, and 7-point. And all of those violations that were listed in those 3-point categories were incorporated into other categories. So they didn't disappear, they're just a different point value. During this process that's been ongoing, we held 2 public meetings. Both of these meetings were in person and had the ability for the public to join via Zoom. One was in Albuquerque and one was in Las Cruces back in December. We did not have any public attend either in person or via Zoom on either of those, and to date we have not received any public comments either for or against anything in the proposed rule. And with that, I will stand for any questions the Commission may have.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone like to comment on the proposed amendments to 19.31.2? I see a shake ahead, a no. So in that case, please no, excuse me. Are there any exhibits from the public and that need to be entered into the record at this time? And I'm seeing a nod, no, a shake of the head. So we are going to thereby close this hearing. Thank you. Those that registered or participated in the hearing will be included in the attendance sheet, but I'm going to proceed at this time. The attendance sheet shall be marked and admitted as Exhibit 5. Thank you, sir. The comments submitted and testimony heard during this rule hearing will be reviewed by the Commission and discussed during the open session of today's meeting. The Commission will vote on the proposed amendments at this time. I would like to thank everyone, sir, and everyone here present for their participation today. Let the record show that this rulemaking hearing was adjourned at 11:10 a.m. on March 4th, 2022. Mr. Secretary, I think we can proceed now with the motion, or do we need further discussion?
Madam Chair, that's at your discretion. I don't know if any of the commissioners had any
Commissioners?
discussion.
Madam Chair, I just want to thank the law enforcement officers for being very open and willing to talk to me about how to make this better for the officers and how to make it better for the commission to be able to support the field officers in their jobs. So thank you, and I hope you pass that on to everybody that you had to convince that we were actually trying to do the good thing for you. So I appreciate it.
Anytime.
And actually, I'm also going to commend you and thank you, kudos to Commissioner Salazar Henry, because I know for the last year or so during this rulemaking process, you have been very active and vocal on that issue as well, working hand in hand with the department. So I want to say thank you. Now, may I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move to repeal and replace 1931.2 NMAC as presented by the department and allow the department to make minor corrections to comply with filing this rule with state records and archives.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Very good. I think because this is a rule hearing, sir, Mr. Secretary, can we please have a roll call?
Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Excuse me. Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Commissioner Archuletta.
Yes.
Commissioner Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you very much, sir. Good job, Ty Jackson. Moving right along, we are now on the Open Gate program. Department of Game and Fish Chief Stuart Lively, welcome. Nice to see you as well.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, nice to see you as well. Let me pull this up real quick. Just give me a quick second to go in reverse order on my notes now. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, at our last meeting, I believe it was in November, we discussed potential kind of large-scale changes to what we Open Gate program. The Open Gate program was started in 2006, and the focus was really on small game and fishing access and fishing to lakes and those kind of things. It really didn't have much of a big game component to it, and it really has not, it's been, I would say, more stagnant in the last, I don't know, 10, 15 years. It was kind of a pilot and it stayed there. It stayed at $200,000 funding on it levels since its inception. As you all recall, for those of you on the commission that were there at the November meeting, we discussed ways that we thought we could improve upon the Open Gate to grow it. We think that we would like to see it become potentially about $1 million program annually to really see reap the benefits of Open Gate and allowing voluntary access through payments to private deeded land to open it up for sportsmen and women across the state, whether it be for fishing, small game hunting, or big game hunting. What we really are proposing doing here is creating four separate kind of payments or four different kind of qualifying payments that a landowner can come into the Open Gate program. And that's one where we're trying to gain public access across deeded land to get to basically landlocked public land. So there's those kind of an access agreement that we'd be paying with a landowner to get to those landlocked public lands. And then separating out big game, that's been kind of the concern and kind of desire we've seen from sportsmen and women lately is to get some more properties enrolled in Open Gate specifically for big game. The biggest issue, as we discussed last time, was not having the fee schedule that was appropriate to entice or incentivize landowners to open up those lands. Keeping on with the small game portion of it, the fee would be a little bit less, more at the same kind of payment rate that we're at right now, but continuing to have that component. Small game, we also wrap into waterfowl in that as well, which is a big component of Open Gate right now. And then also fishing agreements with private landowners for lakes, et cetera. Now, some properties, depending on the size and the quality of the property and what habitats they offer, they may qualify for multiple different segments of that four that we mentioned. So we might have an access agreement with that person to get to public land, and we might have an on-site agreement for hunting big game, et cetera. Or if they have a lake, we might deal with fishing as well. Really, again, as I stated, the biggest is trying to separate out that big game and small game, and that was the biggest deficiency, I would say, in allowing the program to grow in the last 10 years and paying a competitive rate at the levels where we think we would be able to get landowners on. I would, since the last time we had this meeting, we reached out to some current landowners that are in open gate, that have big game on their property, that have not allowed big game to occur under their lease. They've agreed if the payment schedule that was in the agenda item and in your guys' packet, if we were to go to that, they would open it up to, we've had verbal agreements on 2 properties on Pronghorn to go into that. And we've also had verbal agreements on an Oryx just north of White Sands Missile Range to open that property up to Oryx as well. One of the big properties that we discussed at the last time was a turkey hunting property in Tucumcari that went out of the program. That was kind of the highlight of the program. That individuals indicated they would probably be willing to re-enter into open gate under the new fee schedule. So we think this fee schedule will be competitive, I guess is the point, to allow us to make offers to landowners to enter into open gate agreements to expand the program, mainly for big game and also some of that turkey and those kind of things. So with that, it's a little difficult to read. It is in the agenda brief, and it's in for the public and you all in your packet, but this is the proposed fee schedule. The rule, this does not take rule amendments, because the rule states that the commission has the ability to adjust and set a fee schedule. What we are looking for you to do today is to set this fee schedule for the new open gate agreements that would go into effect in April 1st, 2022. So this would go into effect for the next hunting season. And with that, I would take any questions you all may have.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions, comments from the commissioners? Thank you, Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Chief Liley, one of the things that we talked about, because, I mean, this has been a long investment in time with you and your staff to come up with a way to move open gate forward more towards like the Montana model. We all agree that we will never get towards the Montana model, but that to ramp it up was going to be really important. I know this moving the fee structures, and one of our previous conversations, you talked about if you can get everybody back that you lost, we're talking about more than $200,000 a year in the budget. We had originally talked about moving those, hopefully getting them back, and then expanding the program in FY 22-23 to ramp up to $400,000, which would be the max that the staff can handle as far as being able to work with these landowners. Is that still the plan?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, yes, that would still be the plan. We looked at the difference this year. So that we also, some of these properties we were leasing for small game that probably offered a better big game lease. We then offered them what we would do is offer them the big game lease, but they would have to include small game, and we would drop the lease payment. What we think we're going to see in this first year, just with current enrollees and ones that are expanding into big game, at least an $80,000 increase for the first year. I think what we'll be telling is between now and probably August, how many landowners we could try to enroll, especially on that big game component. I don't think we're going to be in, 125,000 more this year, maybe. And through time, as word of mouth also grows, I think it'll help. I do think it's going to take 2 to 3 years to really ramp it up. And then as we go forward to get towards that $1 million, we'll have to figure out some of that other funding sources as it comes up. One of the things that will happen in the interim too is the Farm Bill is set to, the Congressional Farm Bill is set to come open. Sometimes in that Farm Bill there is a provision that allows state wildlife agencies to apply for funds that would go for sportsmen's access, and up to $3 million over 3 years, what the previous Farm Bill had in. So there is that opportunity that may come forth at the revisions of the Farm Bill, which would then we would be able to tailor on to this program to help offset potential costs on that. But yes, I do think we'll see growth. I think it'll take probably 2 to 3 years to get to that 3, 4, probably more of the $400,000 or $500,000.
My second question is, now that you brought up the Farm Bill, I know we talked about that quite a bit in subcommittee. Do we have an open gate grant program with the Fish and Wildlife Service so that we can reimburse through PR? I know we just heard that we had a huge bump in PR, and I don't see that letting up for a while. So I'm hoping that this is a minimal impact really to grow this program to the Game Protection Fund service revenue versus, supplement it with the federal dollars.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, that's exactly right. So access to lands for sportsman opportunity and women opportunity is a PR reimbursable, Wildlife Restoration Fund reimbursable fund. So yes, we will match and have been matching all these. The only ones that are a little bit trickier are the fishing ones because it's matches back to DJ where we have less federal funding in the DJ and some of them we don't match as much. So you don't see quite the 75% match back on the entirety of the program, but we're probably in the 50 to 60% because some of those fish properties are the more expensive ones. Monastery Lake, for example, some of those where we see high use, big fishing, those properties tend to be a little bit more than some of the hunting ones, but yes, absolutely. Growing the program in the big game realm will be able to bring in more PR back in match.
So that the current funding of $200,000 is a combination between the $1 per license dedicated for Open Gate and the federal dollars right now.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, that's correct.
Okay. My last question is, and this I guess would include. It would be a question to this commission also. The sportsmen, I guess I want to say this first. I had an opportunity to visit with Lauren Patterson, the president of the cattle growers, who loves this program. He says it's transparent, there are dollar values assigned, it's trying to buy or get access, it respects landowners, there are individual agreements that provide, it's not going to be willy-nilly, you just open your gate and everybody runs through. And so I just loved hearing from him, somebody who usually complains about stuff that we're not doing as well as he'd like us to do, but he supports this program. So I guess one of the things is I just wanted to see how we're going to, what can we do he wants to support this program. He asked me specifically, what can I do at the legislature? What can I do with groups? What can I do with the governor to support expanding this program? And so there's a lot of interest in expanding the program. We all understand the limitations for having the staff to be able to do a good job at it. And so we know that's critical. But the other piece that everybody's interested in is the transparency. How do you select properties? Is there a way for us to suggest, I'm out on the ground all the time here in this place, and it sure would be nice if we just got some access through that one little road that would take 2 hours off of my travel time to get to that state trust land. Is there a way to bring in the public when you have a fresh batch of money and you're looking at a new round of trying to select places to invest money?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, absolutely. And we take that a little bit right now with our Open Gate Program Coordinator. Any ideas that come through on some of these access points have come through that exact thing. Sportsmen bringing that to our Open Gate Coordinator, saying this would be an important aspect. One of the big changes we also want to make is kind of how we operate entrance into Open Gate properties and collecting data from people that actually use the properties. Right now, it's very difficult to figure out who's using the properties, how they're being used, and if sportsmen or women are having a good time. Is it a good property? Is it not a good property? And I think we're going to try to really implement a program where we could get feedback on those properties so then we could enroll or disenroll properties as well that are not seeing use. One of the reasons why we'd want to disenroll properties, we're not seeing use, it's not being used by sportsmen or women, or two, that it is not satisfactory to them. And so that's one of the things that we've been discussing with landowners too, is how do we capture data from individuals using those properties? How do we then capture the data around the quality of it and the desire to keep it in the program to help us determine what properties stay in, which properties go out, because we're not going to be able, if the pay is enough to incentivize a lot of properties come in, we won't be able to enroll everything, but we want to enroll what's the best. So I think that's one of the things that we're going to be working on a lot this year, working through probably a digital-based way to do it, QR codes on the signs of those properties. It may not be, similar like to the carcass tagging, you may not be able to enter that data at the time of when you're at the property because cell phone service, but it would capture it and then allow, once your cell phone comes back into service, uplink to remind you to insert data, et cetera. So we're looking into those ways to help to figure out properties across the state.
It sounds like a great idea. I appreciate you guys really moving this forward in a pretty progressive way. I would just like for you to formalize an input process in your process at some point, so that maybe there's a call to, and the sportsmen know it's going to come in March for, do you have any places you're interested in? Because I think you'd get a lot of participation, especially if it's something they can do online, if you want to do it that way, just so that we know that we've given them an opportunity for input. Thanks.
Excellent discussion. Very good question. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chief. Any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair?
Absolutely. Commissioner Lopez.
Chief Liley, in looking at the fees set, particularly look at the warm water and cold water fishing, the stream length is excuse me, 3,200 a mile. For example, if we have landowners in Unit 4 along the Rio Chama that want to allow the public to access the Rio Chama, but only have an eighth or a quarter mile, is that going to be, I guess, adjusted, set forth, divided in 4 or whatever it is?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, I think with the ruling that came out on Monday, we're going to have to look at, that is a process that's been in here for a long time. I think what we will probably do, depending on how the ruling plays out, how the written opinion from the Supreme Court occurs, is it may be not access of stream miles or bank or something like that, but access points to the water. So I think those agreements where it's an access along a river, we may hold off on those for till we get that Supreme Court opinion, what that really means and implications for it. That's not to say that there's certain stretches of water that will be inaccessible completely just because of the length you would have to walk up to get to it or something like that. Again, depending on what the Supreme Court final opinion is on it. But I see that as potentially becoming more of paying for access points to traverse overland to get to that water is how we'll probably deal with that. Again, waiting until we get to that opinion and not signing any new agreements on stream length like we have historically.
Yep. Thank you, Chief Liley.
Excellent question and very good answer. All right, commissioners, are we ready for a motion?
Madam Chair, we do have one public comment.
Excellent. Thank you, Tristana. Who is that person, please?
Joel Gay, you are permitted to talk.
Thank you. Good morning again, Joel Gay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Commission, I'm Joel Gay. I'm the Policy Chair of the New Mexico Chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. And we would just like to thank Stuart and the department for working so hard to get kind of a new version of Open Gate up and running, a reboot. We think this is long overdue, and we think that it's right on the money in terms of what it's trying to accomplish. There could be quite a lot more federal money available in the near future that is really just a direct pipeline to landowners who are allowing public hunters onto their land. And so we support this wholeheartedly. And one other element of this, the Open Gate program that we think is really important is that just as I think others have said before, one of the beauties of Open Gate is that it introduces landowners and individual hunters. And these hunters, a lot of hunters get a bad name. A lot of hunters get a bad name from a very few bad apples. And same with landowners. There's a lot of landowners who are doing a great job and a few who really make life difficult for everybody else. I think that the Open Gate is a great opportunity to open the lines of communication and show each side that the other side's not so bad. So anyhow, thanks again for supporting Open Gate, and we look forward to helping this program grow. Thank you.
Awesome. Any comments?
That's the only one that I had.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Move to schedule proposed by the department.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Excellent. Because this is, may I just do a voice vote? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion hereby passes. Thank you, Chief. Excellent job, and thank you, Commissioners. All righty. Let's move on to initial discussions on 4 rules. Chief, I see that you're going to be walking us through 4 rules, but let's start first with the Javelina Rule 19.31.21, please.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, for those of you that are, as was kind of mentioned in the public comment before I get started on just the rules, this is a pretty big year in terms of our rulemaking processes. We go through all of our big game rules every 4 years. In the interim in those 4 years, what we're doing is collecting data on the species in terms of biology of it, what they're doing in terms of, calf to cow ratios or fawn to doe, those kind of indices that we look at in the population level, but we're also looking at how the rule that was set for the 4 years that we're in right now, how harvest is occurring and how that impacts the population dynamics. And then we come back to you all, we analyze that data, bring it to the Commission to kind of make recommendations to changes that we see in that rule. At the same time, we kind of collect public input through the rule process, whether that's in the first year of the rule or as we get closer to the rulemaking process. So we're always in this kind of collecting data from both biological and taking input as well on some of the hunts, et cetera. I do want to note that we were scheduled to open a lot of these rules in January. They are scheduled now. We're opening them today. In the interim, I have met with many of the interest groups that have spoken up that they would want to meet individually with myself and our department employees that oversee some of these species so we could kind of discuss how this goes. And we're happy to meet with those people and plan to do so throughout the whole rulemaking process. So, for example, we met with Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, Wildlife Federation, New Mexico Outfitters and Guides. We've met with cattle growers. We've met with a whole other suite of different interest groups so we could get their different opinions as we go forth. So what you'll see a little bit today is some of a combination of those meetings as well as kind of the department's proposal. So with that, we'll start with one of the less controversial rules on the docket, which is javelina. Real quick, just on the biology and background. Mainly concentrated in the southern part of the state, historically concentrated more in the southwest part of the state, but seeing more expansion to the southeast as time goes on, and actually expansion to the north as well, as we're seeing populations. We've seen them in Santa Fe, in fact, in the recent history. Not an established population, but javelina themselves. They do have a year-long breeding season and can have up to 2 litters per year. What that means from a harvest perspective is harvest is probably having little impact. Hunter harvest is having little impact on the population. Dynamics are probably driven more by climatic conditions and how that impacts reproductive success, et cetera, and then also other external forces like predation from other wildlife, et cetera, on them. But really harvest isn't having we do not think is limiting the population nor having a big impact on javelina populations. We don't necessarily fly helicopter surveys or other traditional aerial surveys for javelina. We do record them incidental to some of our bighorn surveys, desert bighorn surveys, looking at javelina per hour, et cetera. But one of this, like we've discussed in fur bear harvest, et cetera, one of the other indices to look at to track populations through harvest is looking at basically if your catch per unit effort is what I would call it. So is it easier through time? Is it becoming more days to harvest the same number of javelina, or is it fewer days to harvest the same javelina, or is it taking, are we seeing success decrease as licenses go up or increase as licenses go up? And it could be indices of what the population trends are doing. And that's kind of what you're looking at right through here, is if you'll see that last rule cycle, which started in 2018, we're in we just finished the 3rd year of it, getting ready to start the 4th year of it. We did increase some licenses through time, but success rates were increasing through time as well. So as we increase licenses, if we were concerned about the population, we would see decreasing success rates. Even though more licenses are offered, success would go down. But because they're tracking in the increase, we also think at least stabilization of the population, or even better, probably an increase of some of the javelina population. Now, that's the totality across the state. There's probably pockets here and there within the state where it's different, but overall in the state, we think from the data that we've been looking at, stable to slightly increasing populations of javelina. So in terms of proposed changes that the department is looking at, right now we do not have a population hunt management option in javelina. It's the only big game rule where we don't. We would like to include that, specifically looking at those areas where we might have high-density javelina issues like TRC, where we're seeing some of these issues, where we can maybe offer, if safe, maybe archery hunts in conjunction with private landowners and the public on a population management hunt like we do in Silver City for deer or something like that. So just the ability to have that in rule. Right now we don't have that in rule, and so that would allow us to create a population management hunt if necessary like we do in the rest of the rules. The other things we're looking at is expanding WMAs where javelina could be hunting. You'll also see throughout this rulemaking process, we'll probably bring to you our WMA rule, because there are new WMAs that have been acquired since the last rulemaking process. List those in that WMA rule, and then also allow that through a javelina rule to allow those to be harvested or hunted, and look at the potential to see if there should be specific draw hunts on a WMA, maybe like a double E or potentially River Ranch as an archery only type of a hunt. So those are some of the things we're looking at potentially. We're also looking at some potential license increases, and there's two different really main javelina licenses, where one is the over-the-counter licenses outside of the core area, which is the Boot Hill, I'd say, is our core. Over-the-counter is the rest of the state. Increase in those licenses. Again, we're seeing more increased javelina densities and numbers outside in the over-the-counter area, and then also increasing increasing the hunts in the draw area as well. Our increases we're thinking is going to be in or less than about 20-25% is what we're looking at. We're finalizing that data to look at that. We'll come back to you at the next meeting with the department's final recommendation on those license fee or license increases. But again, we're in that about 20% range. One of the things that we also are proposing is standardization of the season dates. Right now, javelina season dates are different across the state depending on where you are. If you're in the over-the-counter, if you're not in the over-the-counter, youth hunt overlaps with the adult hunt, rifle over archery seasons in some areas. So we're really just proposing a standardization of the hunts and actually increasing a little bit the season length, and being the over-the-counter hunts and the draw hunts would have the same season dates, of archery season being the month of January, and then the rifle hunts being from February 1st to March 31st. So an increased time period on those hunts, allowing more consistency across the state, so you don't have this. Right now, for example, the youth hunt overlaps with it's a rifle hunt that overlaps with an archery hunt, and so we're trying to make this more of a standardization. We're in the process of receiving public comment right now. So far, the public comments have been positive towards the changes. We really have not received much other feedback, except for there's, like you do in all these rules, some people feel like there's too many javelinas, some feel like there's too few javelinas, so we're always in that mix of both ends of the spectrum on that. But with that, I think I'd take any questions or any directions if the commission sees otherwise on javelina rulemaking.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Any comments or questions? I see that Commissioner Salazar Henry again. Big smile there. Thank you.
Okay, you captured my attention on javelina. I mean, if you survey my husband, his catch per unit effort keeps going up every year, but I think it's just because he likes to hike in the desert. So that's just my opening comment about him and his javelina hunting. But I guess I'm a little curious, if we have decided as a department that javelina aren't impacted by hunting pressure, or the harvest isn't enough, why are we reducing the rifle hunt? Why aren't we making more of it over the counter and increasing hunter opportunity if it's not really going to make a difference?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, our proposals are to increase the hunts, not decrease.
Well, I know the southern hunt that my husband's on right now opens, I think, mid-January, and it goes to the end of March, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, so some of those had overlapping. I think Depending on where you were in the state, some of them went to March 31st. The over-the-counter tags went to March 31st. The draw hunt did not go to March 31st. They ended earlier. They were only a month-long season. So there were certain hunts that you would draw that were actually
Shorter.
1 month shorter. We're proposing making these 2-month seasons, including in the draw area. So the draw area would have a 2-month season now instead of a 1-month season. I think the other aspect of, and maybe I overspoke some, is we don't think the current harvest is having a population level impact on the population. We don't think that's the biggest impact, and we don't think it's impacting it. I don't know what would happen on a full over-the-counter if we let complete harvest go for a long period of time, especially those longer seasons. We might potentially have some impact on javelina populations at that point, but the current harvest we do not see as having a population level impact.
Because we used to hunt javelina over the counter for years, and then it went to a draw.
Yep.
And I know now we have kind of a hybrid system going, but I was also curious about the fact that you're removing the ability to hunt javelina during deer and elk. Is there a reason why, biologically, why that's just not a good deal, or is it a safety issue? What's the deal?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, so two things. The first one on hunts. We are seeing a significant increase in the demand for javelina hunters compared to even 5-6 years ago. So the number of applicants have increased significantly for javelina, and then the over-the-counter hunts did not used to sell out. They have over-the-counter with a cap of 1,000 for the rifle, 300 for the archery. Those used to always be leftover licenses. We didn't see the demand. Whereas now we're seeing those sold out in the first few days of offering them for sale, first weeks of offering them for sale. So we've seen a big increase in demand for javelina hunting. I think a fear is if we went over-the-counter across the entirety of the state, that demand, to meet that demand, I think right now we're at almost 3,000 first choice applicants for javelina. So you would have a minimum of 3,000 if it was over-the-counter without caps. The second thing on the portion of, right now on the over-the-counter hunts, an individual that possesses an over-the-counter javelina license can hunt during their established deer or elk hunt with javelina with that over-the-counter license. What we're seeing is some of those individuals that have a deer or elk hunt in the north where there's a potential chance of a javelina maybe coming in, also buying that javelina license, really never ever seen a javelina, but taking that opportunity away from a person that actually would want to go hunt, say, down in GMU 30 in the Guadalupes, those kind of things. So that's one of the reasons why we're proposing removing the concurrent seasons on that, so it offers that opportunity to someone that's going to focus on javelina hunting versus pick up a secondary tag just in case. But because we have caps on it, it limits the ability of someone that really is focused on trying to javelina hunt.
Okay, well, that makes sense. My last question is, I know the last commission, I think it was the last commission allowed you to hunt javelina with a .22 and air guns, which to me is, I watched Steve hunt javelina, and I just can't imagine a .22. You almost have to be on top of them and shoot them right in the head before they'll go down. So can you tell me why we went to such a low caliber of weapon to be able to kill a javelina?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I think, and I can maybe defer if need be, but I'll try to answer this question. I think there was a lot of changes made in the manner and method rule. So that all lives in manner and method. It doesn't live in the individual species rule. At the last rule cycle, the previous commission determined to open manner and method and make a lot of changes, a whole suite of changes, whether it's caliber restrictions for all big game, caliber restrictions on javelina, satellite game cameras, etc. You know, I can't speak to the exact reasons as why the commission chose to allow what caliber restrictions for javelina as they did or not. I really can't say for sure, but that does live in a manner and method, and if the commission wants to or directs us to open it, we would open it for future changes if they feel there's an issue there. I don't know if Field Ops has any examples or not, if they're seeing issues with the caliber restriction impacting javelina hunting or not, but I can't really answer.
Yeah, well, they just opened that up. I was just wondering why such a low caliber of weapon was being authorized, so that's all I have.
Wow, that was very good. Excellent question, excellent answer. What I also really appreciate is that quick response to the manner and method rule. But also, I'd like to commend the department when you are all working together. Chief, I love the answer about working with field ops and having the department having some cross-function on that answer. So keep up the good work. Commissioners, if I have no other comments from you, I'm going to look to Tim Mitchison, a Socorro resident. Thank you for stepping forward, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Is it on? Thank you, Madam Chairman, Commission members. Welcome to Socorro. It's nice to see you here. Mike. I'd like to make some comments about 4 issues regarding javelina. Most people are aware that there is no requirement that you remove the edible meat portions of a javelina in the rules and regulation. I mean, the only 3 animals that's included is bears, cougars, and javelina. At least with bears and mountain lions, you have to bring a hide out and have it tagged. Javelina, I could legally take my license, go out, shoot it, notch my tag, stuff it in its mouth so it doesn't look like I'm littering, and walk away. And there's no requirement to take out the head or anything else. Ethically, that's just not right. And, I mean, when we're talking about ethics, I mean, you have to take out a stinky old ibex or a Barbary sheep ram from the field, but not a native javelina. You know, something's just not right. Currently, there's no restriction like there is in bears or mountain lions on what you can kill. I mean, if there's a female with young, you can legally shoot that female. If there's a little old watermelon young out there, since they do breed year-round, you can legally shoot that. That's really a good issue for an anti-hunter. Third thing, I mean, I'm an archer, so I like to see long archery seasons. I don't see why you can't extend that archery season concurrent with a rifle hunt. I mean, there's no great number of hunters out there conflicting with each other. It's an 18-inch animal, so you have to make sure what your target is. There shouldn't be a big conflict between archers and rifle hunters. And last thing would be the price. Currently, we charge $65 for a javelina tag. If you go to Arizona, it's $35. Go to Texas for a resident, $7. Non-resident, $48, and you can shoot 2 of them. Why in New Mexico for a javelina does it cost more than an elk tag, a deer tag, or an antelope tag? So, thank you for my comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Excellent discussions. Thank you, everyone. Let's move on to the pronghorn rule, 19.31.15.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, as stated, this will be kind of the discussions of opening pronghorn rule. One of the things I failed to mention in the previous is the department will have all of these, anytime we're opening these rules on our website under the Commission's proposals under consideration, these will all be under there. It also will have a link that will serve as the official link, an email address that will serve as the official comment link. We recommend people from the public, if they want their comments to be officially recorded on the record, to submit those comments through that link. And it'll be for each one of these rules, they'll have their own unique email address that would allow us to receive public comment. Again, it's under the Commission tab on the website under proposals under consideration. Each one of those will have a summary of our proposed changes, and they will be updated as we go through the rule processes to include the rules, the proposed changes in the rules, et cetera. So just real quick, wanted to briefly say that so the public has the understanding that will be where we have the official comments will be received through that. Real briefly, for those of you that are unfamiliar or unaware, during the last rulemaking cycle 4 years ago, we made significant changes to how we hunt pronghorn across the state. We used to have a system called A+, that was where public and private hunters were assigned to specific ranches. A ranch could have been comprised of public leased land and private deeded land, but hunters were assigned to those ranches. We did away with that program 4 years ago. The biggest reason of doing away with that program was it precluded us to hunt a lot of pronghorn populations that were on the landscape because it did require the enrollment of the public land as well. Unlike some of our other programs, this one tied enrollment to public land and private land. So there was a lot of public land that was being unhunted because we couldn't get an agreement done with a private landowner that owned the deeded land plus the leased land. The other thing that it really was an issue on it is it was an acreage-based system that just determined the number of licenses that would be issued on that specific ranch. Pronghorn, unlike a lot of our other species, and all of them are a little bit different, but pronghorn tend to be more clumped in distribution than evenly distributed across the landscape. So a 640-acre parcel may not have qualified under the previous system, but they could have had 200 pronghorn sitting on a center pivot. And so that really became an issue of a lot of pronghorn populations being unhunted through time, and it was affording a missed opportunity, if you will, from a harvest perspective. So we redid that. The new rule, again, it has a draw hunt specifically for public land, and then on private deeded land, it's over the counter for private landowners, restricted to their private deeded property, except for one condition, which we'll get to at the end and show what that is, that allows for us to enroll ranch-wide agreements that would allow public hunters on their deeded property as well as that landowner to go on the leased. We had a few people sign up for that, but again, we'll get to that here in a second. One of the biggest things, again, like I said, it really had lost opportunity in the previous rule. We were having a lot of populations that were not being harvested, never been hunted, populations that were probably be hunted a lot less than they could sustainably have, and we were able, through the new process, increase our public draw licenses by 22%. And we also increased the resident draw licenses by 26% by this new change. So it had a significant increase in licenses through the draw into resident hunters by making this change and opening up some of these populations. Pronghorn, biologically speaking, have a uniqueness in terms of they're one of the fastest growing ungulates in the world, fastest growing in the US. They sexually mature and reach full peak maturity at 3 years old, 2.5, 3 years old, whereas an elk's maybe 10, 12 years old. So from a harvest perspective, you could have a higher harvest pressure because you're not trying to ensure that they're reaching for, if it's a trophy type potential, to 10 years old. We only need them to reach 3 years old, 2 years old, and they've reached their peak in body mass, horn growth, etc. Real quick, this is just a kind of a graphic on our harvest and our licenses. You'll see that change came in the 2018 season when we implemented the new system. A significant increase in licenses, plateauing. We're seeing probably more of a plateau right now as it's gone in. First year probably was just trying to figure out, especially on the private land over-the-counter licenses, landowners figuring out the new system. We see probably a little bit of a change this year, 100 license difference across the state, more or less plateau. We're running harvest reports right now. At the next commission meeting, when we look at this, we should have harvest reports finalized. We get a lot of the harvest reports in right now when people are applying for the draw, the people that forgot, that were late, that get the $8 fee, they also are applying now. So we wait to run the harvest reports until after the draw deadline when we have about 85 to 86% of all the statewide reports in. So again, we'll have the harvest report for this previous season, 2021 season, in at the next commission meeting, but we're looking probably at around 5,500 harvest is what our best estimate is. Real quick on the draw licenses, just to give a picture of what we had when under A+ versus under this new rule, about 2,000 draw licenses previously, where we're at now almost 2,500 draw licenses. Resident licenses sold in pre-2018, the new rule was about 2,500, and now we're up to 3,600. So you see quite a bit of an increase in license sales opportunity. All that said, it's still sustainable. I think that's the important thing from our perspective from the biology. What we're seeing is a sustainable harvest. We're not concerned about harvest ratios. We're not concerned about where we're at with any of the pronghorn populations across the state. Maybe some minor tweaks here and there, adjustments, licenses, and we can get to that at the end. But I do want to give a picture of where we are, and I separate this out in the quadrants of the state. Starting with the northeast, it's our most concentrated. Our largest population is in the northeast. The majority of pronghorn in the state are in the northeast. Our population estimate is about 45,000 pronghorn in the northeast. That's increasing from the previous rule cycle. We have started doing some new survey methodology that we think is better able to track the populations. That 32 bucks to 100 does. One of the things to note here and why it's asterisked is we do our buck to doe ratio counts out of a plane and not a helicopter. Out of the plane, you're flying at a much faster speed than a helicopter, and we do underclassify bucks. We know we underclassify bucks, and especially those 1-year-old or 6-month-old bucks are very difficult to classify out of the plane. When we go in and actually physically handle the animals, so when we do traps, etc., we might go in the plane and run 40 to 100 in our estimate. On the ground, we're at about sometimes as high as 80 to 100, 90 to 100 by our undercounts. So again, why I'm pointing that out is in terms of biologically, in order to have not an impact on reproductive rates, we need to have at least 15 bucks per 100 does from a biological perspective. We're well above that. That 3,200 is an absolute minimum, probably somewhere closer in the 50 to 60 to 100, maybe even higher. Some of these places we've gone in on, it's 118 to 100 where we've actually physically handled over 400 pronghorn. So under harvest utilized resource through time, and probably in the state, especially in the northeast. What you'll see there is that the predicted license sales, that's what we predicted when we were doing the last rule, when we went in front of the commission in 2018. We predicted we'd sell approximately 2,000 private licenses on the over-the-counter. We ended up selling through, on average through time, was 2,031. So we were pretty darn close on our predictions on licenses. You'll see on the public license sales, 1035 versus 1042. That is, those public license sales are in the draw. Those are pretty fixed, so it's not going to change much through time. But our predictions were pretty close in the northeast on what we would see for license sales. Moving on to the southeast, it's our next highest density of pronghorn in the state. Buck to doe ratios, again, that asterisk is not there, but it's the same qualifier there. The rest of the state, undercounting the bucks in our surveys, nothing from a concern there. You will see here a difference in our predicted license sales to the actual sales, and a fairly decent size one. I think what this is attributable to is a factor of three things. In the southeast, there was a lot of ranches that were refusing to enroll under the old system, so they were just not being hunted at all. They just did not want to accept a public hunter on their deeded land, so they wouldn't enroll their ranches, which precluded public land from being hunted as well under the old system. So if they did not enroll their private, the leased land, whether it be BLM or state, was unhunted as well. Now that we don't have an enrollment system, those lands are all being hunted. Some of those private lands that those landowners that were not enrolled previously are now harvesting. The other thing that we saw in the southeast, it took on some of these GMUs over 5,000 acres, deeded acres, to qualify. So even if someone wanted to hunt pronghorn, they maybe had a center pivot with hundreds of pronghorn on them, they did not qualify to meet the minimum acreage and were not allowed to hunt. And we think some of those ranches are now actually hunting because, again, the private license sales are private land deeded only licenses. They are not allowed to go on to the lease land on this. And then also third, that there is a significant amount of production agriculture in the southeast where we see a lot of pronghorn, Clovis in that area on agricultural lands, on their Roswell, et cetera, where we see quite a few high density pronghorn. And probably what you'll see too in that fawn to doe ratio. Fawn to doe ratios were impacted pretty significantly over the last couple of years in the drought. They maintained a little bit higher in the southeast than even in the northeast where we had more rainfall, and most likely maintained higher because of production agriculture is what we saw down in that area, still having higher fawn to doe ratios than some of our other areas. And then third, our fourth, we are actively restoring pronghorn in the southeast. We're doing a lot of fence modifications throughout. That's a big focus of working with State Land Office and ourselves and BLM of changing what was historically domestic sheep net wire. Pronghorn don't typically jump a fence. They'll go under a fence with net wire. They're precluded from going under it. And one of the biggest things we see with pronghorn is probably moving across the landscape to capture resources on droughts, especially if you get spotty monsoonal rains. And that precluding that movement probably had a pretty good population level impact through time on them. So that's one of our biggest things, priorities in the southeast, is working on fence modifications with willing landowners and also the State Land Office, BLM. And then we have, once we've gone into those modifications, we've actually translocated almost 500 pronghorn from the northeast into southeast areas to try to rebuild some of these populations, and we're seeing pretty significant success in that. One of the proposed changes in here is working with Melrose Air Force Base to open up GMU 32 to open up a limited hunt on the Air Force Base. Working through those details now, but we'll have it at the next commission meeting for final department recommendation. Southwest area, that population is the Southwest. It's very different kind of depending where you are in the Southwest, if you're in that Daddle area versus if you're down in the Boot Hill, very different kind of habitat type. That said, that population probably in the more desert type area in the Boot Hill, et cetera, is probably slightly decreasing, and you'll see the fawn to doe ratios probably pretty significantly impacted of the drought the last couple of years, 17 to 100, something that we would hope to see some rebound. We don't offer very many licenses in the Southwest population. We'll probably be looking at a little bit of tweaks to those licenses, maybe a little bit of a decrease potentially in some of those units, depending on, especially maybe in that very southwesternmost part of the state where we have seen the lowest fawn to doe ratios through time. Average license sales, though, are fairly decent on track. The majority of the private licenses are in that Daddle portion of that population, so up around the VLA, if you're familiar with that. More of a robust pronghorn population there than what we see down in the Chihuahuan Desert, for example. Northwest area is probably our smallest population in the state, less than 1,000, maybe slightly decreasing some. It's very difficult to survey this population because the abundance is so few in that area, so the flight times kind of are precluded from actual really getting great data. That said, we have very limited license sales in that. You'll see on our predictions on predicted license sales versus actual, we're right basically there, 70 versus 72. So in terms of sustainability, we think we're fine. One of the things that we'll be looking at is there other ways to expand some pronghorn opportunities there, whether it's working on there is some historic sheep fencing in the Northwest that we could look at. Drought conditions really are probably playing more of a bigger role, and the Northwest doesn't have as much grassland habitat as some of the other states, and that's why it doesn't have as high of a pronghorn density in that area. We also then have a separate population that we like to call out that's not in an area, and that's the Tres Piedras pronghorn herd. It's an interesting pronghorn herd in the world. Pronghorn are only native to North America, but this is one of the highest elevation altitude pronghorn herds in the world. The population we think is pretty stable, about 500 animals, high buck to doe ratios, low fawn to doe this last 4 years. Again, we think that's probably drought related. We're hoping this year's summer monsoonal will help with pregnancy rates, but we'll see. License sales are about where we'd like to see them, again, right in our prediction. We did open up at the last rule cycle. GMU4 was never hunted for pronghorn. Pronghorn are moving into 4 more, and they're able to have a limited hunt. This is a muzzleloader or archery hunt in this unit. But one of the things that we did do as part of the secretarial, if you all were familiar or have heard about, previous secretary under the previous administration, Zinke, issued an order on migratory big game animals, trying to understand more about migratory patterns of wildlife they offered money through that to state wildlife agencies to understand that better. What you're looking at right here is every single dot, every black point is a GPS point from pronghorn that we captured in the wintertime up on the Taos Plateau, and its movements of those animals across. So you're seeing what you're seeing is those pronghorn moving up to almost 10,500 feet elevation up onto the Tierra Maria land grant. So where you look at right here, Forest Service boundary is this kind of green. It's a little hard to see, but these pronghorn winter down in this area, cluster on here. Here's 285 if you're familiar with it, going by San Antonio Mountain, and they're summering up in this higher country, coming back down through, you'll see there's kind of some specific corridors through the forest that they're following back in. It's kind of an interesting project that we were able to get, helps us learn a little bit more about it, and it also kind of reinforces some of the data that we thought on the GMU4, that we were seeing more animals moving further west into GMU4. You'll see this isn't one individual, this is multiple individuals that were going pretty far west into the 4. So again, a fairly long migratory herd, bounded by the Rio Grande. You'll see here, this is the Rio Grande. They're not moving east of the Rio Grande, but they have a pretty far westerly movements up into the forest, mixed conifer mountain meadows, which is pretty unusual from a pronghorn population. I mentioned at the very beginning, there is a program in the new pronghorn rule that allows for ranch-wide pronghorn opportunities. What that is there are a lot of, or some, ranches with a lot of checkerboarded mixed land status in there where it's public, private, whether that be state land, BLM land. When we were going through the last rule cycle, there was a lot of concern about some of those private landowners that had those properties that they don't even have them fenced, they're not marked, those kind of things. That historically hunted pronghorn, they wanted to still hunt pronghorn. What we have is this program that would allow a landowner that wants to be able to hunt leased would have to then open up all their deeded acres to the public during all the public hunts as well to be able to do it. We had 7 ranches enroll. You'll see there's we issued 43 licenses to the 7 ranches across that through the 2021 season, and it opened up 37,000, almost 38,000 acres of deeded property to the public to be able to hunt by enrolling those. The main units you'll see that it occurs in there is 12, 15, 16, 33, and 50. So it has opened up some access to public hunters. It's open and allowed. When landowners enroll in that program, we limit the number of over-the-counter licenses they have. So we do not allow them to go unlimited over-the-counter. We cap it and negotiate that based on what we think could be sustainable across those lands once we get to that point. Again, as I mentioned, we will probably have some small license adjustments in the state depending on where we are, some up, some down on the population status, given aerial survey data, harvest reports, and some of the public comment. And we're currently receiving public comment. One of the biggest changes that we are going to, and I don't expect you to read these dates exactly, but it's the conceptual. One of the biggest complaints we had about pronghorn rule change was the dates were too early. It was too hot for the hunt. And that was a significant change from the previous rule, is the dates shifted a lot across the state into August. All the pronghorn hunts were happening in August. So what our proposal here is to move these hunts later into the season. And so what it would be is that archery hunt would be the last 2 weekends in August, the first rifle hunt being the gap in between our archery deer and elk season and the first rifle elk season. The second rifle hunt coincide, depending on the unit that you're in, there would be an overlap with an elk hunt on that second rifle hunt, and then the third rifle hunt happening a week later. We've reached out to a lot of the different interested groups. Like I mentioned earlier, we did have meetings with a lot of these groups. There is, I would say, majority agree with moving the dates a little bit later, but don't necessarily like the exact proposal. So I think one of the compromises we're looking at here is actually continuing to move the hunts later, but instead of the last 2 weekends in August for the archery, is to have that first rifle hunt be the last weekend in August, then the gap hunt being in the second rifle hunt being what's considered right now as the first, and the third rifle hunt moving up to what the second is. That was kind of more of the consensus we felt we had from all the groups, and that last weekend in August historically was when that pronghorn hunt was prior to the old rule. So it moved that first pronghorn hunt up, create a gap in between the first and the second rifle hunt, and then you'd have, and some areas in the state, depending when you are, and to population density, we actually do not have the third rifle hunt if the densities are lower. So again, that we'll continue to receive public comment on it, but that's most likely what we're going to come back to you all as a proposal, a little bit of a modification from this based off of the current public comment that we received and kind of a compromise between the groups. But again, moving these seasons a lot later. Right now, they're starting basically August 1st and going through the month of August. And with that, I would take any questions you may all have.
Madam Chair?
Absolutely. Commissioner Lopez.
Chief Lively, thank you for that great presentation. I do have 3 questions. One that was brought up recently up in 51 and 4. Is there any way, and this was back in the day, pronghorn were actually in the Abiquiu area near the Ghost Ranch. I don't know how far back, way before my time. Is there any way that they would be reintroduced that area with the habitat hold them, being that it's low elevation, hilly, water?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, I think there probably, like you said, there was historically some pronghorn in there, even including where you live, down all the way into that Abiquiu area. The thing that I think we've seen that's changed through time in there is a lot of crested wheat and cheatgrass move in, which is not necessarily the best for pronghorn because it cures and dries at the point when they're having their fawns. That's not to say that habitat modifications, whether it's sagebrush moving, because they will use that sage quite frequently, but a lot of that area is old decadent sage. I think with maybe more habitat restoration processes, we could look at potentially reintroduction sites. There's quite a few reintroduction areas throughout the state that we probably are more primed and ready right now, but that's one that we definitely could take a look at in that corridor along Abiquiu up to Savoya, that area, all the way basically up to the Mesa de las Viejas as a potential for pronghorn restoration.
And I have another question. I had heard that we were going to transfer or give some pronghorn to Texas. Did that ever go through? Hope it didn't.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, anytime we transfer pronghorn out of the state, we're going to come to the Game Commission before we do that. We would get approval from that. We are not in any plans right now. Texas did request pronghorn from us, but we feel that we have plenty of places in New Mexico that we feel like we'd like to restore pronghorn before we go out and transfer outside. That said, we have done some other transfers in the past, working in cooperation with the country of Mexico for exchanges for like Gould's turkeys or desert bighorn sheep or something like that. If it has a beneficial win back to the state, we would look at it, but we're not looking to move pronghorn out right now.
And the last question I have on the rule, looking at pronghorn in units 50 and 52, is there any way that the department would look at it, instead of having a muzzle for those 2 last hunts, maybe make it any legal sporting arm in that area, being, I mean, it's really well wooded by Hopewell Lake and all the way down to, Tres Piedras, open areas, that area.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, that historically has been a muzzleloader hunt. If the public, we can put that out as a potential idea to address with that. I don't think we're going to see much of a difference in success rates. I mean, that's right now with the way muzzleloaders are and what's allowable as a muzzleloader in the state of New Mexico, I would say that we wouldn't have a significant difference in success, which wouldn't impact licenses. Now, if there was a change to, let's say, muzzleloaders or to rifle where we'd see a success rate, that would be the only time we'd be really concerned on switching weapon type, because our harvest would increase, then thus requiring us to reduce licenses. So we could look into potentially putting that out as a proposal. I think that's not going to have an impact on a population level license issue. So we can definitely.
Yeah, I think it would just open it up for a few more people who aren't savvy with muzzleloaders to have the archery as well as a center fire rifle they could use. Gives them the option. But I would like to hear what the public would like to say about that during the hearings. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Any other comments? Commissioners, thank you. Commissioner Salazar-Henry.
Chief Lively, are you currently with this current regime that's already still in place, and this is just, we're moving forward just with different numbers, different dates, whatever. Are you currently meeting harvest rate targets in the northeast, the southeast, the southwest? What does that look like, and what is it? And well, Let me ask that one, and then I want to look at opportunity.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I think we are, and I think that's where you'll see where we came pretty close into our predictions in the 2018. You know, where we predicted what we'd see for license sales is what we thought would be about sustainable. I think one of the things that we'll want to look at a little bit more, you definitely have pockets where there's still even going to be deeded private land where they're not hunting. They just don't want to hunt. They may be absentee landowners, or they may be landowners that just don't, that they like pronghorn and don't hunt. So you're going to have pockets where buck to doe ratios are higher and allows for opportunities that aren't being had. But I don't think you see big distribution of that across the landscape where we're underutilizing the resource, if you will, in terms of a harvest perspective. I think we're there meeting our harvest objectives. I don't think there's anywhere in the state where we're over exceeding our harvest objectives. On a big picture scale, there might be some little areas, GMU specific, where harvest distribution needs to be changed, and that's where we're talking about little tweaks to licenses. But no, it's not that big gap that we had previously where there was populations, large populations never being harvested. Like GMU 12, Fence Lake, that area had very limited or virtually no pronghorn harvest in it. Now we're seeing pronghorn harvest, both public and private, in there where we're able to get meet more of our objectives, if you will.
Well, see, the reason I asked this because you mentioned that you took some of the antelope from the northeast area because they could sustain taking those antelope and moving them to the southeast to help with reestablishing that population or bolstering that population. So I was wondering if the northeast is still running high, and is there a way to put more resident hunters on the landscape to help bring that down without just looking at transplants?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, so the last time that we did the transplant in terms of buck to doe ratios was prior to this rule coming into effect. What at that point was more on, we just underestimate pronghorn buck to doe ratios. I don't know that there's any specific area where you could say there's absolutely way underutilization of there. Could we offer more hunting opportunity on public land to try to get more opportunities on that pronghorn herd? There's definitely some with minor tweaks, and I think we'll see some of those license adjustments where we're going up in licenses because we could offer more. But a full scale, hundreds of licenses, I don't necessarily see that.
Okay. And my last question had to do with opportunity. Prior to changing to this new way of doing antelope hunting and distributing licenses, did this new shift increase the number of resident hunting opportunity that compared to before we moved to this new system?
Madam Chair, yes, the new shift increased resident hunting opportunity by 26% from the previous system. So pretty significant change in hunting opportunity.
So are we looking at still, because I was looking at the number of licenses, it's basically 33% of the licenses. You had 2,000 private land licenses and 1,000 public land licenses, and so we're still looking at 66% of the hunt that goes on for antelope is happening on private land. Is that, I think I saw one in one of your thing, it said 2,000 some you predicted licenses sold and 1,000 public. So that's like 3,000 total.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, that could have been the case in some specific area where it was 2,000, 1,000. Let me look real quick. It had been in the northeast where it's probably 70% private deeded land versus about 30% public deeded land. And so, yeah, it's probably matching pretty close to the land
That was my
ownership.
question. Is it tracking with the available,
Yep.
the land status?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, yeah, it's basically license sales track pretty similar to what private-public split is, except for there's probably more in general, especially on deer and even on pronghorn, there's more on the public than there is on the private in terms of the land. If you took that absolute split, when it's the over-the-counter license sales, we issue more licenses on public, and landowners tend to be more conservative and not sell as many licenses as there is in land status, if that makes sense.
Okay. I think he's trying to help me out.
Well,
okay.
exactly. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Salazar
I'm
Henry.
good,
I do
thank
have
you.
a comment here. But before I go to the public comment, let me see if I have any other comments from commissioners. Okay, well, I'm going to make a comment, Chief. I'm going to say that my parents encouraged us as kids to look for the pronghorn when we were growing up, and we'd travel through I-25 heading north or heading northeast, Route 66 through that area, from Springer to Clayton. The fun game was how many pronghorn can you see? And every time you see one, you get a quarter or you get something. And we pass that on to our kids. And I'm going to commend the department because we've done hunts in that area and they're beautiful. So good job. Keep it up. So now let's move on to public comment. I want to invite Brandon Nguyen. If you could, please, I think you have a comment on this hearing item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this on?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commission. So to follow Commissioner Salazar Henry's thread there, which I appreciate you looking at, like who's getting what here. I really appreciate your questions there. So you asked, and so the data here, it said, oh, resident licenses went up 26%, right? But you notice in there, they didn't say how much non-resident licenses went up. That was just like, that data wasn't there. And then they say the public and the private licenses, we got that, right? But there's no breakdown of, in the public and the private, they don't say what's resident and non-resident. But I looked at the numbers there, so we went from 47, under the old rule, we went from 4,700 tags to 6,753, so increased 2020. So that's a 42% increase in pronghorn permits in Mexico, which is great. That was the goal of the whole new thing, like we should hunt more pronghorn, which, you know, we met with the department, conservation groups, public advocacy groups, and we're like, yeah, this is great, increase it. But so licenses went up 42%, but the residents only went up 26%. So do the math. Where did most of the increase of opportunity go? To non-residents. And which non-residents? The ones that can afford to pay landowners. I think that, you know, this is just an example of the way, you know, we were told this is the best you're going to get is unlimited private land pronghorn hunting, which doesn't exist in the West anywhere but New Mexico. Like you take Arizona, they don't have a single private permit in Arizona, not one. For any species, they don't have a single outfitted permit. You know, you've been convinced that everything collapsed in New Mexico if we don't just give it away to people that have a lot of money to go hunt, or you give it to the landowners who sell it. You know, you've been convinced that's the only way it works. But look at next door, Arizona. It's 90% resident tags. Every single tag that's limited is in a drawing. 90-10 resident, non-resident split. Why do we give away half, more than half, to people that can afford to pay? I don't think that's good public policy. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Very good. Any other public comments?
Madam Chair, we do have one person on Zoom. Ray Trejo, I'm going to unmute you.
Welcome, Ray Trejo. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, Madam Commissioner and Commissioners. I just have one brief comment I'd like to say. So the North American model of wildlife conservation, which this department claims to follow, and I believe as a hunter ed instructor, we briefly touch on that as well during our instruction. But anyway, so the department claims to follow this model. And it's clear that wildlife management must be based in science. When private landowners are able to issue unlimited numbers of tags to take public wildlife from their private lands, there's no way to really justify those decisions. And are they scientifically based? Furthermore, there is no possible way that the department can enforce the law which prohibits purchasers of those authorizations from hunting on public land. When the landscape is checkerboarded, public and private, it is inevitable that privately purchased authorizations are being used to take public pronghorn from public lands. We know that. We need to keep wildlife public, and this rule is in need of a major reform. Thank you, and have a good day.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Ray Trail. Any other comments?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Awesome. Okay. Well, then, in that case, Chief, I believe you're also up on the next agenda item. Can you please proceed? And that's on the migratory bird rule, 19.31.6.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, this is the migratory bird rule. This, unlike the big game rules, is an annual rule, and the reason why it's an annual rule is, as you all know, we work in cooperation with the Fish and Wildlife Service to set season dates, lengths, etc., for migratory bird species. And we work in concert with them. What we're looking at right now is we'll adjust the season dates according to the calendar of Fish and Wildlife Service frameworks. The Fish and Wildlife Service sets up frameworks that we are allowed to hunt and harvest within, the dates that we're allowed to harvest within. So we will set those dates within those frameworks, the federal frameworks, and adjust the bag and possession limits also according and working in concert with the Fish and Wildlife Service on their frameworks. The proposed frameworks were published on the Federal Register in February, just last month. We'll have our final federal frameworks will follow this summer. Basically, no changes from the last season is the gist of it. What we'll probably see in terms of our proposed changes is a little bit, well, most likely we're gonna propose the same kind of season structured dates that we had the last few years. We'll go out to public comment here pretty soon. We'll have a public meeting. Typically, we've been seeing favorable opinions on the season dates, the north and the south zones. Our pintail, one of the species that probably has more common interest than others, is the pintail bag limit. The federal frameworks this year was still going to be at 1 on pintail. It does fluctuate between 1 and 2. Season data does not, they have not been able to collect a lot of the pintail data because of COVID, being that they couldn't travel into Canada with the planes because of COVID to survey populations, so they're basically going off the same standards that they did pre-COVID. This year we'll probably get habitat conditions and flights in Canada, and it may change for the 2023 season, but this year it's the same. One of the things that you will see is that we are going to get a higher allocation on our Rocky Mountain population of sandhill cranes. That's the sandhill cranes that are basically come right here in the backyard, winter in the Middle Rio Grande into the southwest. Our allocation just will reach a historic high next year. This year was a historic high at 831 on our allocation. We're going to almost 1,000 in our allocation. Our proposal right now is probably keep this Estancia Valley in the southwest the same, but adding some permits to the Middle Rio Grande Valley to accommodate that increase in allocation. Right now we're still analyzing the data from this previous season to see if we were within our allocation. We should have well been within our allocation, but depending on where we were compared to that 831 will help us to determine how we get to 988 in terms of dates and number of permits that we draw. So those are drawn in the fall for those winter hunts. Again, these are our proposed, we'll go out with a proposed season dates. In the central flyway, it's split into a north and a south zone. North zone starts a little bit earlier, closes sooner. That's because of ice out conditions we see in the north sometimes where we get freezing pond, freezing water earlier than in the south. That January 31st in the south zone is, according to the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, that's the latest that we can go, and in the Federal Register, that's as late as we can go. So we push that season in the south zone as late as we possibly can. And then in the Pacific Flyway, we have more exposure dates. We can get 107 hunting dates in, so we start it to the point where we back calculate, so we make sure the season ends on January 31st, but start it as early as we can given the exposure dates. And with that, I would take any questions you all would have on migratory bird.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Chief. Any comments, questions from the commissioners? How about from the public? I didn't receive anything from the director. Then let's proceed to the next agenda item, which is the Bighorn Sheep Rule 19.31.17. This is the initial discussion for a rule change. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, again, as you stated, this is the Bighorn Sheep Rule, the initial kind of proposals on it. Real quick, a little bit of the biological information. That top line you see there is population trends in Rocky Mountain Bighorn sheep, and the bottom line is the trends in desert Bighorn sheep. You'll see we've been trending upwards in both populations through time, probably more of a stabilization in the Rocky Mountain. The Rocky Mountain bighorn are basically in all suitable habitat. They're occupied in all suitable habitat. That doesn't mean they're at high densities in all the suitable habitat, but there's not really unoccupied suitable habitat across the state right now where we would be looking at reintroducing a lot of bighorn like we are in desert sheep. Rockies, it's more of maintaining those individuals in those occupied ranges, and some of them trying to grow them. Some of them we're actually harvesting ewes to try to stabilize population growth. The stabilization and the biggest thing with bighorn sheep is disease risk mitigation, and that's between domestic sheep or goats and bighorn sheep. When populations get really high, you have more wandering sheep that can come into domestics, which could have potential catastrophic impacts to the wild sheep in the form of basically Mycoplasma mov, which allows for secondary pneumonia infections, sometimes die-off rates as high as 90%. So that's why we have some ewe harvest in our populations. It's trying to maintain those populations so we don't see big movements as they continue to grow. Desert sheep, we're still in restoration phase. There is a lot of unoccupied, probably suitable range across the state. There's just not a lot of bighorn sheep for us to move populations into. As the director noted earlier on today, one of our big events that we were able to do this fall was to restart a population in the Alamo-Hueco Mountains right on the Mexico border in the Boot Hill. And we're hoping that population will do well. You'll see a little bit of a dip in the last couple of years in desert sheep. That could be a couple of different things. Most likely lion predation in some of our populations were higher than what we would have liked to have seen, causing a dip. And also we did detect Mycoplasma pneumoniae in a couple of populations. That was detected most likely. Where that came from was Kofa bighorn sheep were moved into the San Andreas Mountains in White Sands Missile Range about 30 years ago. Those Kofa sheep that came from Arizona were infected by most likely goats, and we moved infected bighorn 30 years ago. Those bighorn from the San Andreas have been doing well, had Mycoplasma present for a long time, but we probably had a movement of an individual from the San Andreas Mountains into the Caballos and also into the Frog Cristobals, which then probably caused a slight dip in that population. We saw lower lamb recruitment, but not a high virulent level. It's not a high mortality rate, which is good, and we don't see any big disease risk issues. But in terms of reintroduction of populations, we're trying to keep MOV positive animals separate from MOV negative. All of our Boot Hill populations are MOV negative, so we won't move animals from the Caballos, San Andreas, Frog Cristobals over into the Boot Hill because we don't want to have that risk of disease mitigation. We're trying to separate that. So we are taking animals that are in the MOV positive and moving them eastward, like in the Sacramento Mountains where we started a new population about 4 years ago. So continuing on, real quick on just a graphic, this is all the different populations of bighorn sheep across the state. Green representing the desert sheep and the blue representing Rocky Mountains. And you'll see kind of the distribution throughout, 11 Rocky herds and 8 desert herds. In terms of hunting through time, you'll see here this is the number of draw licenses for bighorn sheep we've had through time. The light blue color is Rocky ram hunts, the ram hunts. The light green color is desert ram hunts, and that dark blue is the ewe harvest on Rockies. So you'll see the last couple of years, it looks like a decrease in harvest. It's not an overall decrease in ram harvest. You'll see ram harvest has stayed stable or actually increased some. That's a decrease in ewe harvest, and that was a decrease on the Rio Grande Gorge population where we probably stabilized that population. and started reducing some of those license numbers, and also in the Latier herd where we've reduced licenses through time. So overall in ram population numbers, we are seeing fairly consistent over the last 4 years. Probably some growth as these populations continue to grow in the next 4 years as our projections will be able to offer more ram licenses. With that, one of the proposed new populations, the Jemez ram herd, the Jemez population was created in 2014. It was from a release from the Wheeler Peak Wilderness into the Jemez post the Las Conchas fire. That fire had a pretty big impact on that landscape, opened up, basically there is no canopy. Bighorn will need open spaces, no above ground canopy in the form of trees. We released them into Cochiti Canyon. They're doing really well. We think that population is between 150 to 200. We augmented in 2017 with more rams so we could have a higher genetic diversity in the population, so it didn't genetically bottleneck from the original release. But the proposal that we're bringing to you is to actually open that to hunting over the next rule cycle. Our proposal is to set 2 separate hunt windows, two-week hunt windows to accommodate. We may not hunt it in the first year of the rule in 2023, but definitely we think in 2024, those rams will be about 10 years old, the ones that were born there in 2024. That's when we're trying to, and I should have mentioned before, our harvest objectives for bighorn sheep are older age class males, trophy hunt kind of quality. We're really trying to get into that 7, 8, 9, 10 plus year old rams in our hunt management in there. So that's why you'll see we're looking more in the 2024 season to open up that hunt there. In the Hatchet Mountains down in the Boot Hill, right now the license allows the hunter to hunt in the little hatchets or the big hatchets. We're seeing a significant disproportion of the hunters hunting in the little hatchets and not the big hatchets. So for example, the majority of the hunters that draw that tag are killing rams in the littles and leaving the bigs and not hunting in the big hatchets. We probably have rams dying of old age in the big hatchets that could have had hunting opportunity, but because the hunters aren't actually going in there, that opportunity is missed. So our proposal is to separate out the big hatchets and little hatchets into 2 different hunt areas. So it'd be a little hatchet hunt area and a big hatchet hunt area. Licenses probably won't change that much depending on what the population does in this next rule cycle, but it allows us to distribute the harvest better. So for example, there's our observed classes. So we classify rams in terms of class 3, class 4 being the older age class rams. We're observing 67% of our class 3, class 4 rams in the big hatchets versus 33% of them being in the little hatchets, whereas harvest is actually 68% in the little hatchets versus 32% in the big. So it's disproportionate to the ram herd. So that's what that proposal is. We're also proposing splitting, right now there's just one month-long season in the Ladrones and Palencia Mountains. We're proposing splitting those into 2 different hunt windows. We think those populations will continue to grow over this rule cycle. Why we're splitting that is so we don't have hunter density. Again, we're trying to go for high-quality ram hunts, so we don't want to have 4 people hunting at the same time for the same ram. We're trying to split that out. We did that in the caballos as the population grew, and it seems to be working really well. So again, it would be splitting those hunts into different time frames there. Rio Grande Gorge, that population's continuing to do well. We did have mycoplasma detected in that population 2 years ago. It appears that it has we're lucky that it does not have a high lethal virulence level. Most likely we genetically typed the mycoplasma back to domestic goats, so it probably came from a hobby goat flock somewhere in and around the Taos area. The population's doing well. We did have 1 year of reduced lamb recruitment, but it's back up this year. We are proposing adding a 3rd hunt window, not necessarily changing the licenses, but to distribute hunters into a new hunt window in the Rio Grande Gorge. And with that, again, kind of discussing adjusting some season dates in the areas like we've discussed. But with that, I'll take any questions you may all have.
Excellent run summary. Commissioners, comments, questions? Commissioner Archuletta.
Thanks.
Could you walk me through why you think that people aren't going to the big and they're staying in the little?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuletta, the Big Hatches is kind of a grueling mountain. It's just a lot steeper, a lot harder probably to access into that. And the Little Hatchets, those rams are kind of pretty close to the highway, not that far off, a lot more easier general rolling mountains than the Big Hatchets are. So it's probably a function of ease of access to the rams. It's not that we don't have public access, it's just hiking access is a lot easier in the Little Hatchets than the bigs.
Yeah, disappointing so many are being left just to die on their own. Thanks.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Salazar-Henry.
Can I reserve my opportunity to ask some questions until after the general public comment? There's going to be two sides to this comment, to their comments, two sides. And I think maybe there's going to be some information in the middle that I may not have to ask a question.
Okay.
So can I reserve my time until after the public comment?
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. Okay, so then let us, I apologize, Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Liley, the last several months, we've gotten a lot of reports of ram coming up into 51 for Abiquiu, Conjilon, far north of Savoya. I guess, is that from the Hemis herd?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, we believe those are the same rams that broke from, we think it's probably from the Hemis herd, most likely the way that they came, but it was the same rams reported multiple days over multiple time. We do not think that ram band made it back into the Hemis herd. Again, we think it was the Hemis. The last time they were seen was on Navajo land, west of Cuba. So most likely either they potentially caught pneumonia and died or something. We do not think, but we assume it was from the Hemis herd. There is the potential it came from Rio Grande, and the reason why I say that, we have had sheep that we know of move from the Rio Grande into Black Mesa, and then so it's not much of a jump from Black Mesa into that Abiquiu or either way, but so it most likely came from Hemis. Uncertain, pretty positive those rams never made it back to the herd. When we have reports like that too, we try to track down those animals. We do not want them coming back into the herd when we know they've made long distance forays to prevent a potential disease reintroduction or disease introduction into the herds.
Were they collared?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, no, they were not collared.
That's all I have.
Absolutely. Commissioner Bates. Thank you, Lopez.
Chief Liley. Just for clarification, you're talking about splitting some hunts to reduce hunter density, but in terms of total licenses, that's relatively unchanged?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bates, that's correct. Total licenses are going to be relatively unchanged, except for there is the potential, if we see strong growth in the Palencios, Ladrones, to add another license in this rule cycle. So that I should have explained, Bighorn has an up to, basically we can issue licenses TBD each year, depending on what the population status is. We then go and monitor pretty intensely on Bighorn. If for some reason the population did really well, we would be adding licenses into there. And we see that potentially more in the Ladrones and Palencios. So yes, there potentially is some more licenses, but we're trying to split that right now and split it before we start adding licenses if we do get to that point later on in the rule cycle.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I think we're ready to proceed to public comment. So I have 3 cards here, and then I will look to Tristan of Bickford. Thank you. First up is Brandon Nguyen, representing himself. Can you please come forward? Thank you.
Correct. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Brandon Nguyen. And by the way, I'm on the board of the Rocky Mountain Bighorn Sheep Society. I'm not here on their behalf in any way, shape, or form. Also, I'm a pretty avid sheep hunter. I have a Grand Slam of the sheep, the 4th North American Wild Sheep. Been on about, I think, 25 sheep hunts with friends and family and myself. So sheep are near and dear to my heart. And I know a lot about sheep, actually. So the history of sheep in New Mexico as far as the distribution, I'm going to go down that same road, I'm sorry to be a broken record, is in 2005, the federal law changed to where we could put a quota on bighorn sheep in New Mexico, a resident, non-resident quota. The Game Commission, we begged the Game Commission, and this wasn't something that happened kind of in the background. This, everyone knew what happened and why it happened. So departments could set quotas, non-resident and resident quotas on anything they wanted to. So then the department, we begged the commission for 8 years to apply the quota by asking to have the Turk, there was an injunction where we couldn't put the quota. We just said, all you got to do is ask the federal court and they will vacate it. So finally, in 2012, when they expanded desert bighorn sheep hunting, 15 out of 16 of the desert bighorn sheep tags in New Mexico were drawn by non-residents, so it was embarrassing enough that the commission asked, and this is a separate commission, I'm not talking about you wonderful people that I love so much here. So it was multiple commissions. So then, once Turk was vacated, so I came to the commission, I said, look, the quota law doesn't work for sheep because there's only 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 tags per thing. Clearly, non-residents and outfitted are not going to get any sheep tags. You sat on it for 8 years. You gave away 63 sheep tags unnecessarily to non-residents. Sit on it again. For a little while, let residents have all the tags for a couple of years. What's the harm? Let the legislature fix it and write a quota rule that fits bighorn sheep. No. The commission, after sitting around for 8 years, it's an emergency when a non-resident's not going to get a tag. So what they did was they have this disaster that we have now where they lumped all the RAM tags for deserts and Rockies together. Now, which I don't have a problem with non-residents getting sheep tags. They should get them. But if you didn't do that, you would have kicked this back to the legislature. The legislators would have heard from all, especially the outfitters. They would have said, this is crazy, and they would have fixed the quota law. So what you've done is you've kind of, pardon me, but you've just gamed what the definition of a hunt code is. This has never been used this way ever, as far as I know, in the history of New Mexico, where you do the statewide thing. So I have a compromise proposal for you. And also, because this is such a small number, like outfitters will often get 3 permits for Rockies, and the non-residents that don't pay somebody, which I love non-residents too, but non-residents that can't afford to pay an outfitter only get 1. Like that'll happen this year with the Rockies. There will be 3 outfitter tags and 1 non-resident tag, even though the quotas are 6% and 10%. That happens a lot. It always kicks over the outfitter just because of the math. You know, it's not malicious intent by anybody. It just happens that way. So what I think you should do is you should have more hunt codes, not eliminate non-resident hunting. All you have to do is put 13 bighorn sheep permits for Rockies in 1 hunt code, 13 permits for the deserts in 1 hunt code, and what you will do is you will do the same thing you've done in the past or previous commissions have done. You will artificially generate, and you will game the hunt code definition. You'll still be doing that, but you will generate 1 non-resident permit for each sheep. You'll split it 50-50 between non-residents that don't pay an outfitter and non-residents that pay outfitters. Okay, you do that for the Rockies. You give 1, by design, you give 1 permit to non-residents that don't pay an outfitter and 1 for outfitted clients for each Rockies and deserts. The rest you leave in separate hunt codes, you leave them behind, and then only residents can draw those because of the math of there's too few permits, right? Also, I would ask you with the new Hamas herd coming on, so when the desert bighorn sheep expanded, by inaction, New Mexico gave all that, you know, it's multi-generational opportunity. When you have a herd of sheep that had never been hunted, you've got ancient sheep, it is a sheep hunter's dream, right? You gave all that away to non-residents. So with the Hamas herd, since this will be the first time it'll be hunted, put that permit, or however many they're going to be, put them in separate hunt codes and make them resident for 5 years or forever or whatever. Let us have the grab of that. You know, I feel like resident hunters, resident sheep hunters, we've been left behind intentionally, right? Give us something back here a little bit. Compromise with us. Divide these hunt codes. I'll send you, it's complicated, I know. But you can do it very easily. If you're going to game the hunt codes, keep doing that. Keep giving them. And what you're going to get out of this, too, is that when you do this, there's going to be a lot of complaining. And what will happen is this will go to the legislature, and they will fix the quota law to where there is a section of the quota law. Like every other state, they write special quota laws for bighorn sheep. Like Arizona, for instance. Can I go over 30 seconds? Okay. So what Arizona does is they say within any given unit, no more than 50% or 2 permits can go to a non-resident, and then they distribute the quota across the state, which is kind of what you've done, but it has these problems because of the way you've done it. So it's very easy to write a quota law that distributes to everybody equitably under the quota law. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Okay. Next comment is from Brian Bartlett, president of, I'm not sure here, the New Mexico Wild Sheep Federation? Yes.
Yeah, New Mexico Wild Sheep Federation.
There you
Foundation. Boy, you got me all tongue-tied already. Brandon always gets me tongue-tied.
Likewise.
Madam Chair and Commission, thanks for having us here today. I'm actually going to tell a more positive story about what's happened in the past. First of all, I'd just like to say that we do not agree with changing the way we are issuing tags for bighorn sheep in New Mexico at this time. Let me make it clear. We had 50 tags available, 43 resident hunters, 7 non-resident hunters. 4 non-resident hunters for Rocky tags, 3 non-resident hunters for desert tags. That's similar to what has happened in the last few years. So I don't want everybody to be confused thinking that residents don't get tags. They do. So we strongly object to the intentional elimination of all resident hunting tags. That's not what Brandon is recommending, but there is a recommendation out on the wire that is recommending that we change the way we issue tags, which will eliminate all non-resident tags. But first, I'd like to talk about conservation. And many people may not know this. In 1978, 1979, we had 700 Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep and 80 desert bighorn sheep in New Mexico mountains. 1978. We currently have 1,700 Rockies and 1,200 deserts. That's a tremendous recovery, especially knowing that we only had 80 in desert bighorn sheep. However, that did not occur out of the blue. It occurred by a lot of hard work by the game department, their biologists, their field people, and it took a considerable amount of money. Since 1990, most of the funding for this effort has come from the United States and Canadian hunting community. At least in the last 32 years, over $7 million has been generated and contributed back into the New Mexico Special Game Bighorn Sheep Fund for bighorn sheep restoration. Then the game department then has leveraged that 3-to-1 with Pittman-Robertson funds over the years. So you're talking about $25 to $30 million that has gone into this special fund where we can only use it for bighorn sheep. If we eliminate all non-resident, well, let me back up. Over 95% of these funds have come from non-resident hunters, not New Mexico hunters. So the $7 million. So by eliminating all non-resident opportunities, we think it's highly unlikely that the non-resident hunting community and various conservation groups will offer the same level of support they have in the last 32 years. The second point I want to make, we think there's a risk that we're going to lose support that we've had over these years. Second, the implementation of this proposal totally disregards all the previous contributions that have been made by New Mexico's loyal non-resident wild sheep conservation supporters. New Mexico's wild sheep recovery efforts are widely respected by all other state game management organizations and all Wild Sheep Foundation chapters and affiliates. This respect has fueled the continued support, the financial support that we get from all these people from out of the state. So in summary, we once again want to highlight that we object to the elimination. If it occurs, we object to allowing this to happen. We don't think it'll be good for bighorn sheep conservation and existing herd prosperity, and it will result in the loss of support by non-resident hunters and conservation organizations. And finally, we want to emphasize that effective wild sheep conservation efforts, and Brandon will agree with this, not only help bighorns to thrive, it also does the same thing for nearly every other wildlife, whether it be game or non-game wildlife in that habitat area, whether it be through water development,
Thank you, sir.
predation, or anything. So thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Next up is Carrie Romero, officially representing NMCOG. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, let's see if I can manage this. Carrie Romero on behalf of the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides. I'm going to go off script for just a second because I want to clarify something that Brandon said. The debate of resident versus non-resident versus outfitter does not actually hold water for bighorn sheep. And that's because bighorn sheep, more than any other species that is hunted, our resident hunters book with outfitters. Over 50%, close to 80% some years, resident hunters book with outfitters. So when we're trying to divide the resident and the non-resident and the outfitter, it doesn't work for bighorn sheep. So we would encourage the commission to maintain the current distribution process for bighorn sheep permits. We disagree with the allegation that this process is somehow contrary to the statute. We agree that the statute requires that the quota be applied to the hunt code. However, the statutory definition of the term hunt code is simply a description of the species, weapon type, and date of a hunt. The 4 current bighorn sheep hunt codes are clearly in compliance with the statute as they specify species, weapon, and date. The fact that they are further segmented by location is simply a strategy for bighorn sheep conservation to ensure that we do not kill too many sheep in one single area. So yes, the current draw process differs from other big game species. And yes, it was done to provide non-resident hunters with opportunity in the draw. But this process makes sense. First, because there are fewer bighorn sheep permits than any other big game species. And also because non-resident hunters have funded over 95% of the bighorn sheep program since the program began over 20 years ago. And they still fund over 90% of the program today. So while we can stand here and debate wealth inequity, the fact of the matter is that there would be no huntable populations of bighorn sheep in New Mexico without the financial contributions of non-resident hunters. The New Mexico Bighorn Sheep Program is widely recognized as the greatest success story in bighorn sheep restoration in all of North America. Let's continue to prioritize what's best for the conservation of bighorn sheep. We encourage you to maintain the current permit allocation process, and we appreciate the department's unwavering efforts to restore, maintain, and grow bighorn sheep populations. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments, public comment from offline or people
Yes,
offline?
Madam Chair. First up will be Jesse Dubell, and Jesse, you should be permitted to talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This is Jesse Dubell, Executive Director of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. And I would like to say that a hunt code is not some abstract concept. I mean, it's a specifically defined term that is instrumental in helping to determine how big game tags are allocated. It's completely inappropriate and likely illegal to ignore the definition of a hunt code as is currently being done with bighorn sheep. If this commission or the department wants to change the definition of a hunt code, then I suggest that we go to the state legislature and do that. Until then, I think abiding by the current definition makes sense. We need to stop lumping numerous different hunts together under one code. It's just not consistent with the way that we define a hunt code or the way that other species in the state are managed. I would like to thank Chief Liley and Dr. Tatman for taking the time to meet with the various user groups. That was extremely helpful, and I'm very appreciative of that opportunity. And as Chief Liley mentioned when he was presenting on the javelina rule, this is a manner and method issue, but I do think we need to change the legal sporting arms as it relates to the type of weapons we could use to harvest bighorn sheep. Currently, it's legal to take bighorn sheep with a .22 caliber. I don't think that's appropriate. I think that under perfect conditions, a .22 caliber can certainly be an effective weapon, but we know that conditions aren't always perfect. And the hunting community prides ourselves in harvesting animals in the most ethical and humane way possible. So I think enforcing some restrictions as to the type of legal sporting arms used to harvest bighorn sheep, perhaps maybe 130 grain minimum bullet weight or something like that would make sense. But thank you very much for your time, and appreciate this very thorough presentation by Chief Lively.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Tristana?
Yes, Madam Chair. Next up will be Kenneth Gerhardt.
Welcome, Kenneth Gerhardt. We cannot hear you. Is the mic?
It is on.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
We can now. Thank you, sir.
Very good. I wanted to comment on the bighorn sheep rule. I am a sportsman, a member of multiple conservation organizations, and it's very unfortunate, in my opinion, and by the way, I am like-minded to Mr. Bartlett, who I do know personally, and to the young lady that spoke after him. It's very unfortunate that wildlife has become a cause of argument. There's no question in my mind that the funding that has been made available to the state of New Mexico has come from various places. Multiples of those are from non-residents. I've spoken to one of your biologists, and basically the population of desert bighorn sheep previous to the Wild Sheep Foundation getting involved was literally extinct, other than in the pen where they reintroduced the population from. And now you have a very viable population. I see this all over. I read this article from the New Mexico Wildlife Federation, and talk about negativity. It's become a civil war between residents and non-residents. And very unfortunate, very poor use of the wildlife. And it's, I'm sorry, I don't want to be offensive, but it's based on greed. And I think the wildlife is there for all of us to use. And I wish the commission the best on their decision on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is all of the hands that I have raised.
Thank you, Tristana. Now, Commissioner Salazar Henry, you're welcome to speak.
Thank you. I, like many of the other commissioners, have been inundated with concern about the process being used for drawing bighorn sheep tags. And, you know, this has a history of where this process was created by the Susana Martinez Game Commission in order to not have to apply 1721A the way it was intended, and to allow non-resident hunting opportunity. And I fully support non-resident hunting opportunity. But what I don't support, and I guess what I need to say, and what I want to clarify, is I fully acknowledge that the auction tags and the lottery tags have been a boon to New Mexico since 1989. They are being used with sportsmen's dollars that are contributed through the PR fund as match. And so I think it's fair to say that non-residents that like to do the kind of sheep hunting that Brandon does come to New Mexico to bid on these tags, to be able to hunt in the way they've structured those auction type hunts. What I don't agree with here is the back and forth between folks who seem to think that we should ignore 1721A, the definition of a hunt code. And the reason I'm saying that is because we just left the Supreme Court, who told us that we need to follow the law. And I recognize that this is not an ideal law to be able to be applied to something with the species that has so few tag opportunities with the way the quota is structured as far as 84, 6, and 10. That makes it very difficult. And so I don't purport to be an attorney to know whether Carrie Romero's legal interpretation is correct, or Brandon's is correct, or Jesse's is correct. And so I guess before I tell you what I would like to propose to the commission, I would like Stuart to explain to me, how does the bighorn sheep draw work? You have one hunt code and you have 10 different hunt dates, 10 different locations. You have one hunt code being used scattered throughout the state. So when you have one hunt code and there's 10 different hunt dates with different 2 licenses here, 3 here, 1 here, how do you know with one hunt code, how would I know when I apply for bighorn sheep, I use that hunt code, how do I know which tag I'm going to get? How does that happen? You draw, how does that happen? How do I know where I get to go?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, you as the applicant put in your location, time, area in that hunt code to determine how that works.
So does that go into the draw? So when I submit my application, I put B, whatever these hunt codes are. What is it? BHS2-203. I put that in as a hunt code like I would do for elk, the E1 whatever. And then where do you get my time frame?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, when you put that in, you have a drop-down menu that then allows you to select the area and time frame that what you would like to have.
So then do you go back through and everybody that selected the same time frame as me, you do another draw?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, no, they go through sequence number to go through your application like the others. They pull your application, lowest sequence number gets, if their first choice is available, and that location code and area, they then put that hunter in that. If it is not, they move to the second location time period. If that's not fulfilled, then they would give you that. If it's fulfilled, then they look at the third. If it's not fulfilled, then they move on to the next application.
Okay. I was curious how that would work compared to I apply for elk and we don't use the same thing for elk. We don't use it for antelope. And so what I would like to propose to this body to keep this from getting our opinions not being correct and maybe misinformation is ask the Attorney General for an opinion on this process to see if we are indeed complying with 1721A, and then there's no need to go to the legislature and ask them to fix it. That then we know that if we get another species that we have to minimize, like maybe ibex, and we have to drastically reduce their numbers, that we have a way to deal with that as well. And the reason I'm doing this is because every time the sportsman will come to me and say, I don't like what's happening here on this species, you're allowing this landowner to do this and that, we tell them the law says that this has to happen. So go change the law. We are abiding by the law. So I just want to be comfortable here, and I don't want to give my opinion about whether I'm right or wrong because I am not an attorney. I just want an answer. And I think that would get us moving off of this. I like the fact that Brandon Nguyen is thinking out of the box of a way to be, come to the middle, which is what we all need to have happen. So I would encourage the department also to continue to talk about maybe different ways to do this, because if it comes back that, okay, this new way of doing this is completely fine, you can get by with it, then I would like to see some compromise between what is going on currently and what Brandon has talked about. So that's my motion. I would like to ask an opinion if I have to make a motion.
That is fine. As we stated in our agenda, that any agenda item can include an action, so that is fine. What I would like to do is add a comment to what you've just said. Absolutely. Okay. So what I'd like to say is that facts are very important. And as you just used a specific word, it's important, nuances and, I think you said nuances, right? Well, okay. But the point is that facts are very important. So Chief Liley, I think speaking with the Attorney General, those drop-down, understanding the code, specifically on how things work, I think that's going to be very important. Second, input. What today's meeting demonstrates wonderful communication between the department, the commission, and the public. And so I think it's going to be very important on how everyone works together. All of the public comment, we need to continue dialogue. And it's been very respectful. I want to say thank you to all of you today. Very, very good. So, Sally Mullave, are you still on the line? I'm not sure if you are, because I heard earlier that you might not be. But Tristana, are you saying she is?
I'm here.
Whoa. So Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General Sally, good afternoon. It's nice to hear your voice. Your thoughts, please.
I guess I need to get a recap.
Okay, the recap is that one of the commissioners has proposed, we have not put a motion on the table, nor has it been seconded, but the request is that the Attorney General provide an opinion, a specific opinion on the legality of Section 17-2-1A. There's a lot of healthy discussion today on that statute, on the bighorn sheep rule in relation and how it's being applied. And the department would be very happy to meet with an Attorney General to go over the facts, the specifics, the various issues that have been presented today, all of them. And so that is the thought. And Ms. Mullave, I know how busy and strapped the Attorney General's office is and with resources. What do you think?
So I would ask that you, and perhaps, I don't know, direct someone or you directly would send me exactly, identify what the issue is and what it is that you're seeking an opinion on, and I can sign it as, not as a formal opinion, but as counsel to the commission.
Absolutely, we'd be happy to do so. So, thank you.
Excuse me, and one of the things that would be helpful would be if your IT person could send me a snippet of the recording, the comments that were proffered and the concerns that were raised, and that would be very helpful.
Easily done, easily done. Yes, easily done. Okay, now, with that said, thank you, Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General Sally Mullave. Now let's proceed with the motion.
Madam Chair, one last comment I would like to make while Sally is still on the phone, is that because this is tied into having the rule adopted, we need to make sure that whatever we get back as the counsel to the commission, that we have it fairly quickly, because we need to, this is going to dictate how everything happens. So hopefully we'll, I guess I would ask Mike about the time frame on getting something back to where we can continue to move forward.
Chief, before we get to the director, do you want to?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar, in reference to that, the current rule is in place for the 2022 season. This would be for the 2023 season. We would want it adopted prior to November at the absolute latest. Okay. That said, the track schedule on this one was June. If you choose as a commission to move it off the schedule to further consider other options, you as the commission have that right to determine that. Like I said, it was on track right now for adoption in June, but that is your prerogative. If you don't adopt it by probably November, there potentially is not a bighorn season in 2023. So
the straightforward answer is we would like to have an opinion before November.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Hickory, I won't pressure the Attorney General's office and when they're going to give an opinion. I mean, preferably, we would like to see it before, April 11th when we come with our final recommendations. That said, if the commission chooses to go that route, that's probably unrealistic. It will delay the process on Bighorn, which again, we would be okay. It's more on if this isn't an issue that you all want to take forth and want to bring to the Attorney General and wait till that opinion comes out, we would probably take Bighorn off the track record that it is on right now to adopt in June and most likely be a later time frame.
Assistant Attorney General Sally Malavey, did you hear that? I think we respect your office, that you can, we don't want to give you or dictate a particular time, but because this is part of some rulemaking, we would appreciate an opinion on or before an April, May, June timeframe. Maybe the sooner the better, if possible.
Right. Well, I don't know that I could have it. April is tight, but certainly, before the end of June. I mean, and one of the things, once I get the recording and I get a more detailed description and I understand it better, I can assess whether or not we can do this quickly or not, and I can let you know.
Thank you. What I will, just for your information, the commission will be meeting on June 3rd in Red River. It would be very helpful to have an Attorney General present for that meeting on June 3rd. Very often, the commission will receive through the Department of Game and Fish read-ahead material. So if we could have that from your office, Sally, before then, a week or two before that date, that would be awesome, because otherwise then we're looking at July and that might be too late. So,
great. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, well, I'll try my best. I mean, that's all I can do at present.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said I'll try my best. That's the most I can do at present.
Okay, very good. Now, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, did you say you wanted to make a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to move that the commission request through the department and this body an opinion about the application of 1721A, the hunt code definition, as it's being applied currently to the bighorn sheep public draw.
Second.
Very good. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Very good. Okay. Moving right along, it is... and thank you, commissioners and members of the public, because as you notice, we're working right through lunch. We have some commissioners that may be leaving in person in about an hour or less. And now we are going to move to item number 14, the 2022 Rule Promulgation Overview. Director Michael Sloan, welcome. It's nice to see you on the different side of the table. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, as you know, I'm here to talk a little bit about the Commission Rule Promulgation Schedule and Meeting Schedule, which sounds like might have just changed here, but we'll see how this goes. So obviously we're having today's meeting in Socorro. We are proposing April 11th in Santa Fe, June 3rd. I know that you've said a couple of different times now that it would be in Red River. Unfortunately, Red River has a car show in their convention center, but we were able to reserve the Eagle Nest Lake State Park for the meeting. July 22nd in Ruidoso, August 19th in Gallup, October 14th in Las Cruces, and January 13th back in Santa Fe, which is traditionally what we generally have this Santa Fe meeting before the legislative session, or the January meeting before the legislative session in Santa Fe. Relative to rules, as we just talked about, the Bighorn Sheep Rule was, the intent was to present it today, subsequent discussion in April, and then a final hearing in June. It sounds like that schedule may change depending on how quickly the AG is able to turn a schedule around. Migratory bird, March 4th, April 11th, and a final hearing in July 22nd. We hope that we will have from the Fish and Wildlife Service the framework at that point. They're always a little bit late, so there may be some give and take there. Exotics, the Barbary Ibex and Oryx, April 11th, June 3rd, July 22, so initial, subsequent, and then final hearing. Turkey, April 11th, July 22nd, October 14th for the hearing. Deer and elk, April 11th will be the initial discussion, August 19th, subsequent discussion, and October 14th will be the hearing. Again, you see a lot longer dates here in between so that we can collect public input, knowing that there will be lots of folks who think there are either too many or too few of these particular species. And then you heard the revocation rule hearing today. So I just put this slide up again so that folks could write the dates down if that's the commission's desire. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Director. Very concise, clear. Commissioners, any comments or questions? Okay, and I do see one public comment on this. Brandon Nguyen, if you could please step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little embarrassed to be the only public comment, and again, so on the elk, I see deer and elk the way that's, I don't know if that's E+, or is that just the elk rule, but to me, after the LFC wrote a rather scathing report about the way New Mexico distributes elk permits, you had a U.S. Senator writing you letters, you had a commission meeting last year where you said you'd look into E+. We haven't heard back anything on that as far as I know. I think that you need to put E+ on the agenda, and it certainly is not going to fit in the category of cause no controversy, but it needs to be discussed. I mean, we need to really kind of reel this thing in and look at other ways to distribute our hunting opportunity. Thank you. I would appreciate it if you'd ask the department to open E+.
Thank you, sir. Tristana, no other comments? Okay, well, very good. Director, do you have any other comments?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, very good. Now, when I saw this schedule of the 2022 rule promulgation commissioners, I recognized that there are a lot of priorities on the slate for the commission and for the department. We have also heard this last year that RAWA is a big ticket item. We also heard about resources. I know the department has had some issues that came up last year too in terms of your resources. I think it's important to acknowledge what we hear from our public. I would call them customers and stakeholders, our users, and it's very important. But what I am concerned about is prioritization and strategic planning. I'm always open to hearing and working together on very important issues, but whether or not it's something that needs to be on our radar screen at this time in terms of our prioritization, I noticed that the department did not have that on this list. It's not there. The E+ program or the ELK. And I also recognize that there have been a lot of discussions about it since last year. And we've heard about it from all sides, not just from one, but from everyone. So that said, at this point in time, I see no need to change this schedule, but I don't want to shut things down in communications. So commissioners, I'm going to ask that each of us continue to be very receptive to these kind of discussions. As we see from the schedule that's on the screen, we do have another meeting coming up on April 11th. And dialogue is always very important, but I'm not going to change the priority at this time for the commission or for the Department of Game and Fish. And I'm looking at you, Director, that we have to stay focused because I want success. We do not want failure for our mission and the goals that we have set. And our goals are pretty defined right now. Commissioners, would any of you like to add to what I just said? Whoa. Okay, well then, let us proceed without further ado, it's going to be a great lead-in to RAWA Plan, item number 10, Director Michael Sloan. That's a really exciting topic, and this might be a good lead-in to some of the stuff that we've been talking about with this issue of the E+ program and other non-resident versus resident issues. Okay? So let's, without further ado, take it away.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. Yes, Recovering America's Wildlife Act is a significant potential change on the horizon, and we've talked about it a couple of times at commission meetings. You asked us to go forward and put together a plan on kind of how we would implement it, what our thinking is about it, and this is our attempt at kind of putting together that first blush at what are the priorities, how would we move forward, and what would our needs be. And so just for those that may not know, Recovering America's Wildlife, or RAWA, it's been a bill in both the Senate and the House. In the Senate, it was one of the sponsors was Senator Heinrich of New Mexico. And it seeks to expand resources for states to conserve species of greatest conservation need. And species of greatest conservation need are defined in the State Wildlife Action Plan, which is a plan we put together. Every state has one. We define species that are in decline, species that are threatened, what are their threats, all those kinds of things. And then the Fish and Wildlife Service has a pot of money for New Mexico, we get apportioned about $800,000 annually. If RAWA were to go through, we would share in up to about $1.4 billion. So New Mexico's portion of that would be $27 million, but we would need to have $9 million in non-federal match. And that match cannot be licensed dollars unless we're matching all of our Pittman Robertson and Dingle Johnson, the wildlife and sport fish money. So we would need to find an additional source of funding for match. We had a special appropriation in the legislature that did not make it through this year, but it certainly got people talking about what is RAWA, why is it important, and so I think that we'll continue to have those discussions, and hopefully we'll be able to find we did do an alternative funding study. We need to get back into that and get the public involved, and what does that look like, what is an acceptable source of funding, those sorts of things. So that's kind of the broad, big overview of what is RAWA and why are we involved in it. As I said, New Mexico's identified 235 species of greatest conservation need in New Mexico. And so we drafted this plan kind of with an overarching goal of maintaining and enhancing New Mexico's biodiversity. New Mexico is the fourth most biodiverse state in the United States, so we have a lot to offer, and we want to keep it that way. It brings a lot of people in, hunting, fishing, wildlife viewing, those kinds of things, and this plan tries to support that. So we came up with underneath that sort of greater goal, we came up with 5 overarching goals designed to restore, retain, enhance, educate, and include. So from threatened to thriving. Restoring species to enhance and maintain biodiversity. Doing this will not only, ensure our biodiversity across the landscape, but it will ensure that New Mexicans can go out and do the things on the landscape that they've always wanted to do without the regulatory burden of endangered species. The second goal is keeping common species common. Again, we're trying to ensure that wildlife is here for future generations. That's one of our missions in our mission statement and statute, and it's really important to every one of us that we maintain all of the species that we possibly can. Enhance ecosystem resilience. We know that we are facing climate change, that we're seeing less snowpack, potentially a shift in rain patterns that's going to result in different vegetation patterns. How can we ensure that the habitat is as resilient as possible to maintain the species that we have and support our wildlife across the state? So that's another focus of where we're headed with this. Goal number 4 is to ignite passion for wildlife conservation. To keep wildlife in our state, we must engender not only support but passion for the same passion that we feel for wildlife. We've got to reach out and share our experience and values. Don't just give a kid a fish, take a kid fishing kind of approach. Teach folks about how awesome it is to just go out and see wildlife, how great it is to go hunting and fishing and those sorts of things. Goal number 5 is to increase diversity through inclusion. We've done a good job of that thus far. We always can do better. We're in schools in urban areas, we're in schools in rural areas. We're reaching out to communities that are less advantaged, trying to ensure that they have opportunities, whether it's for National Archery in Schools program or just wildlife trunks or those sorts of things, to try and generate that broad level of support. So how will we put these goals into action? Through 7 really focus areas. Forest restoration, restoring natural fire, ensuring resiliency, looking at stands and species diversity. Grassland restoration, again, natural fire, reducing shrub encroachment, those kinds of things. Wetland and riparian restoration, developing and improving wetlands. We have degraded wetlands across the state. We've done a number of projects across the state trying to improve those, trying to ensure that we have places where the greatest biodiversity in New Mexico really spends a lot of time. Species management, conserving and restoring. We spend a lot of time, whether it's restoring bighorn sheep, Gila trout, or Chihuahua chub. Mitigating threats is another one of those ones. It's going in and reducing forest fire risks so we don't get catastrophic fire that wipes species out. Aquatic habitat management, expanding and enhancing streams and lakes to ensure that species have the habitats that they need and that they're of high quality. 6 is research and monitoring. We know that there are a lot of data gaps out there. What don't we know about these species that would help us do a better job managing them? And lastly, education and outreach. Diversifying our education and outreach efforts, growing our programs, developing wildlife interests, and increasing access to that education, whether that's through online programs or just getting out in our communities again now that hopefully COVID's on the wane. So all of that sounds great, but what's it going to require? Well, if we were to get $27 million in federal funds and another $9 million in non-federal funds, that would nearly double the budget of the agency, which would allow us to bring in additional staff, both on the technical side and the support side. As you can see on this slide here, we think we need somewhere on the order of 95 technical staff and 20 support staff to support those. And that's just sort of in the initial phases as we begin to figure out where are we going to focus and what types of expertise do we need. Are we going to need some extra help in HR and IT that we hadn't anticipated? Are we going to need more biologists that are focused on aquatics or grasslands or those kinds of things? So this is, we're at these very early stages. We have some big goals. We at this point, we're looking at it, I think, more from the idea of expanding the programs that we're already doing with sportsman dollars and making those a bigger effort, and then growing that as the money comes in over time. And with that, I'd take any questions.
Thank you very much, Director. I want to say a big thank you to you and the department, because I know the commissioners have been observing, have been watching, and I love the communications that we have with each and every individual from the department as they reach out to us. I do want to do just an acknowledgement here in terms of the staff that you've listed on that particular slide. They all stand out to me in my book. A big thank you to Chief Wonder. Matt, the Environmental and Ecological Planning, EEP, awesome. I know a lot of times you're behind the scenes, that department, and Director, kudos to all of those particular chiefs. I know that I deal, and the commissioners deal directly with a lot of them. And then again, you know, field ops, the changes that we've seen in staffing, and thank you everyone for the patience that you have had with us, the commissioners, because I know we continually push on you, Director, and also on the department. So those are just my quick comments. Commissioners, any of you, other than my thanks, and to all of you in the department, and to the public, because they do feed into this.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Mike, first off, thank you for the presentation. It's really good to know that we're going to be getting this extra amount of money coming through the department. With that said, if we're having that amount come in and we want to support our rural areas and our youth and expand our license buyers and maybe even get them more interested, would it be possible for the department to look at hiring seasonal employees like we used to have at our hatcheries to support the operations, which helps them get interested in maybe even staying with the department, and maybe even possible or maybe do the Lazarus effect on the conservation officer reserve program that we have in statute, so maybe revive that again to help relieve or assist our field operations staff when needed. I mean, not all the time, but when needed.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, the short answer is yes, and potentially. If this money comes in, we'll have the opportunity to move a lot of our game protection money more towards the original big game species, fish species, and so we would have the funding available potentially to do those seasonal positions, and with the expansion in the projects we would do, I think that that would be a great place to spend some of that money. We are currently trying to figure out exactly how it best to bring in summer students. We've gone to bringing in volunteers and paying them per diem in a few instances, and that seems to work pretty well, but it is one of those areas that we've been trying to focus some attention on and figure out how to get back to that, because there are a number of employees that we've had as co-op students. I mentioned earlier today, Craig Sanchez was one, who ended up being long-term employees, and that's a very good way to introduce them to the field and find good folks. Relative to the Reserve Conservation Officer program, you know, I know that I have heard some concerns from the Field Ops Division, and I'd have to speak with them more directly, but in terms of the amount of training that's required anymore, the liability that comes with that, all of those sorts of things. So I guess I can't give you a good answer on that today, but it's certainly something I can talk to Tim and his team about and figure out whether that's really a viable option anymore.
Sounds good. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Excellent. I'm looking for more comments from the commissioners. Thank you, Salazar Henry.
Director Sloan, I thank you for the presentation, and I recognize it's a first cut at attempting to lay out a process for RAWA money. There's some of the things I guess I just want to ask that RAWA is happening across the country. We're going to be all competing at the same time for the same biologists. So do we have you been talking with HR and state personnel and having some sort of plan, a recruitment plan, given thought to what degrees you would take instead of this one in case you know, you can fill a gap this way and not that way. That's one of my biggest concerns, is that we're going to be paying this much, and Colorado's going to be paying this much, and we're not going to compete with them.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, we haven't spoken specifically with the State Personnel Office. We do, when we advertise for all of our positions, have a very wide catch-all of degrees, from range science to biology to animal husbandry. And so I think that the degree issue is not going to be the question. The pay issue definitely is, which is why we asked for additional funding in the budget this year. So we have additional funding in the budget for pay increases above and beyond what was approved by the legislature in our budget this year. And then we're also trying to look at, as we are with the field operations folks, are there alternative pay bands? Are our folks properly classified? And that's the conversation we need to have with the State Personnel Office. There's something called a conservationist, which is a range 70, while our biologists are a range 65. So is it just that the range 65 is not paid properly, or should they all be classified as conservationist? And that's the conversation that we started with the officers with their alternative pay bands, but that's the next conversation that we're going to have with the State Personnel Office.
And I'm really glad that's going on, and I guess what I'm trying to get at is, in my mind, preparation is you having some of your team working on the human resources side. I see this as this broad overview, and you're going to have these little plans below it to tackle this piece of it, to tackle that piece. And I think that's the part I'm most excited to see how that's going to mesh out, because that will also include a timeline of when you're going to meet. There should be a timeline on, by this time frame, we should have this in place, regardless of whether RAW is passed yet, because we need to be able to jump off the starting blocks, so to speak. So the other thing that struck me when I looked at the number of staff that you were going to need is not just that you were growing the agency and the responsibilities, and I mean, it falls right into the whole modernization concept. So I'm assuming this is going to dovetail together. But what hit me was, where are you putting all these people? And I know it's a pretty basic thing, but I just kept thinking, you got to have a plan for that too. But, the pandemic showed us a lot of people can work from home.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, that's exactly right. We have the opportunity to telework or shared office space. When somebody's in 2 days a week, somebody else can use that space for 3 days a week. But longer term, yeah, we probably need a new office. We need a new office in Las Cruces, preferably on the university campus. We have office space in Albuquerque. We have some office space in Roswell. I think that we could potentially station folks at some of the fish hatcheries where they'd be closer to projects. So I think we have a lot of options in that regard. The big hurdle that I really think we face is finding that $9 million in non-federal match. And without that, whether RAWA passes or not, we're really not in a position to take advantage of it.
So, so one of the the plan for that is also to make sure that it doesn't go away in 1 year. If RAWA passes, I mean, there's no way you're going to put that much money on the ground in 1 year. With general fund money, usually reverts year to year. It would be crazy. But, I mean, that's just a comment, it's not a question to you. But I'm assuming that each of these pieces of the plan, there'll be a financial impact on that to know how much money is going to end up having to be dedicated towards this, how much is going to be able to go on in the field. But my biggest question, I have two questions. Have you gotten field ops involved to go ahead and the new colonel to look at any laws that may need to be tweaked to allow the department to move the way they want to with research or looking at species? There's always the big thing that you don't have the authority to do all this. And so I just, want to get that out there that we indeed do.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, as you know, we've just come through the legislative session, so we weren't focused on that. I recognize that that's an issue that's coming forward, and that's one of the areas we'll be focusing on now, between now and the next legislative session. I would make the statement that the Wildlife Conservation Act gives this commission very broad authority to have us work on almost any species in the state, and so while modernization in language and structure is very important, I think we have the basic authority to go forward and do the work that would come with RAWA.
Okay. My last question is, where in here do people like Brandon and Mr. Bartlett, everybody get to have a say in how you're going to proceed, what it should look like? There is a public input process, but I don't know where it is in this.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, I guess what I would respond to that is, now that we've sort of defined what we think are the overarching goals and identified kind of where we think the big general directions we want to go in, and we have the State Wildlife Action Plan that identifies conservation opportunity areas, now is that time to begin those discussions about, okay, we're talking about, from threatened to thriving, where are those places where we can make a difference, and bringing the public in to have those kinds of discussions moving forward. Again, it feels a little bit cart before the horse in terms of, is the funding really there, or how much effort do we put into this versus some of the other things. But yeah, I mean, we're inching towards that point. I think we might not be quite there, but that's going to be a big part of it.
Well, you and I both know that modernization's going to be up at the next session, so we might as well have the conversations because this all dovetails.
Sure.
So it starts the process with the public input. That was, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, I guess I was thinking more about the RAWA implementation, but in terms of modernization, yeah, we need to sit down internally, look at the bill that Senator Steinborn had 2 years ago now, and figure out, is that helpful? Do we need something totally different? Can it be a template that we can work off of, and try and have something together hopefully sometime this summer so that we can start having some public engagement and seeing where we're headed and if that makes sense to everybody.
Well, the groups that will be commenting on that will be the groups that will be totally engaged on RAWA, so it's good that you're going to start that because they'll have a great basis for why things are going to happen the way they are. That's all I have. Thank you.
Excellent. I'm going to have a couple of follow-up comments. Commissioner Archuletta, did you have something?
I did. I actually have a couple of questions. With the university or the college education project that's been put in place, I'm wondering if there is, instead of having to, and I know this does, I'm going to talk about the match in a minute, but I think just finding these folks, if there's a way to help fund their other 2 years of education and you start recruiting at the community college level, that may be a resource for finding enough staff that's, there's an encouragement and there's a commitment to your agency. I don't know why my microphone keeps doing that, but anyway, there's a commitment to the agency that stays long-term. So I encourage recruitment even at the community college level. As far as the matching fund, I would really encourage looking at outside corporations and companies because they're always looking for ways of connecting. You see that in many of the foundations, for example, like the National Parks Foundation. They do a lot of that funding to help the national parks move ahead. So, that may be an opportunity and it may be worth looking into having a foundation created just to help you create that match. So that's all I've got to say. Thanks.
Excellent. Any other comments, commissioners? So I'm going to say thank you, Director. I know there have been a lot of things behind the scenes that were not really covered right here. The department, I know, did a lot of benchmarking before you came here today, or you had some benchmarking. And so to follow along with what Commissioner Salazar-Henry did, that transparency, the communication, not only with the commission, but with the public in terms of keeping us informed. I like the idea of target dates, some timelines, but we also recognize that when you put some of those up, those are targets, they're milestones, and we don't always reach them. Sometimes they're ahead of schedule, which is great, but sometimes they're not, and they can lag behind. So it's just something to strive for. I think those are just really good to acknowledge. I think the department and its leadership, the executive team, having worked behind the scenes, and I think the commission, we need to do something similar. So I want to say thank you for some of that. Do we have any comments from the public? I don't think so. No, okay, very good. So without further ado, and I'm looking at the clock because we're doing such a wonderful job, it's already 10 minutes before 2. So we've got 2 persons coming forward, please. Chief Matt Wonder, Wildlife Corridors, and then we have Chief Kirk Patton on opening and biennial of the biennial review and the update of fisheries management plan. I'm not trying to railroad this, I'm just trying to keep things moving along, and thank you all for kind of nodding your heads that this is a very efficient meeting. Well, thank you. No, it's not me, it's them. Okay, well, Chief, welcome. It's nice to see you, too.
Thank you. It's good to see you as well. If I
Okay.
get this pulled up on the screen.
Thank you, I will.
Thank you. I'm going to briefly run through a quick overview of the Wildlife Corridors Act draft action plan that was the result of the Wildlife Corridors Act. And the act required the development of a plan to consider how to address the issues of wildlife connectivity and habitat and health and public safety with the issue of wildlife vehicle collisions on New Mexico's highways. And so the Department of Transportation took the lead in this program, and the department worked hand in hand with them. Department of Transportation hired a consultant, Daniel B. Stevens, an associate, to take the lead on drafting the plan. That plan was developed, and the actual plan itself include, executive summary, introduction, species, outreach, hotspots, habitat linkages, corridors modeling, and project recommendations and outlook monitoring and appendices. The whole report was somewhere in the neighborhood of 700 pages, a very comprehensive effort. That was completed back in late January, and the public comment period started. By way of the material included in the act, in the plan, it identified collision hotspots, essentially going out and looking at areas where wildlife vehicle collisions were occurring on the landscape, and also looking at modeling wildlife habitats and movement information to get a sense of how animals were moving across the landscape. And so the map highlights the areas that they've identified as hotspots and potential areas for consideration. We did have a public meetings process that was initiated prior to the development of the plan that was interrupted by the COVID pandemic. They managed to get through a couple of the meetings, and then the plan development started. We've had 2 public meetings after the draft plan was completed. Those were held on the 1st and 3rd of February, basically to present the plan to the public. It was, like I say, a 60-day comment period, and that period is going to be ending next Saturday. You can see the link to the website where plan comments can be submitted, as well as by email or post or even phone calls. And as of the 21st of February, they had approximately 375 comments. A great number of those were essentially the form comments that you would get from supportive groups. Most of the comments were supportive of the plan. So at this point, once the comment period closes on the 12th of March, all the comments will be compiled and look for major themes, and then the Department of Transportation, with the assistance of the Department of Game and Fish, will go through those and see what needs to be incorporated into a final plan. And a final plan developed is somewhat indefinite as how long that might take. There's one person at Department of Transportation that's going to be taking the lead on that as the consultant, Daniel B. Stevens. Their contract has essentially run its course, and so the compilation and redraft to a final plan will be handled by, there's one employee at the Department of Transportation, and Mark Watson for the department will be working together to get that together and develop the final plan. And as part of the legislative process that we just came through with the legislative session, Mimi Stewart was able to get an additional $2 million appropriation for the Department of Transportation to look at, developing options for wildlife crossings. And my understanding from Department of Transportation is that this $2 million will be used to, take some of those identified crossing locations and develop some plans and get those essentially shovel-ready so that as we move forward and hopefully additional monies will become available through Department of Transportation to build these crossing structures, that we will have structures and plans ready to go. And with that, I will be happy to take any questions you might have.
Awesome, very good news. Commissioners, any comments or questions for the chief? Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Chief Wonder, for the presentation. I've been very excited that northern New Mexico is going to be considered in this plan, since I've lost a lot of friends and neighbors to elk and deer in the Tierra Maria, Chama area, and going into Colorado. So the only question I have, and it'll be brought up, let's just say the game fence is constructed on each side of the road, hopefully. Apparently there's going to be crossways for wildlife to go over or under the road, so migration won't be impacted, correct?
Correct.
That's perfect. Thank you, Chief Wonder.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Chief Wonder, thank you so much for all the good work your division has been doing even before we didn't have a wildlife corridors bill. One of the things that I get asked is, the wildlife corridors is not only just crossings, it's the actual migration as well and identifying those. So I'm assuming that's like phase 2 of this plan, is that once this is in place, there's funding secured, that at some point we'll move to that piece. And that'll be a whole different process.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar, are you talking about because once the final draft plan is created, we'll have identified areas that are in need of wildlife crossing structures,
yes,
to facilitate across the landscape movement of wildlife and to protect the health and human safety. And so at that point, then it's a question of, the department continues to explore and, study the wildlife movements across the landscape. And the Department of Transportation, I expect, will be moving forward with putting in these structures to facilitate that movement. And as Commissioner Lopez commented about, incorporating fences so you can direct animals to specific locations where they can cross and avoid the highway. Does that?
Well, I've received some comments from several folks that were concerned about private landowners being consulted when you start talking about movement of wildlife across private property, which is essentially the corridors you're talking about, much like they showed the pronghorn over there in TP.
Right.
And so I'm assuming that's a whole different plan, that's a whole different phase. this closes the wildlife collision aspect of corridors.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions from the commission? No public comment? Nope. Nobody online? All right, thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, I think we have Chief Kirk Patton going to agenda item number 12, opening of the biennial rule or review, I believe.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So like, I guess Vice Chair Bates mentioned, I am here to initiate the Director's biennial review of threatened and endangered species under the Wildlife Conservation Act. This biennial review is mandated under Chapter 17, again in the Wildlife Conservation Act. Game Commission rule sets out in 1933.3, I believe it is, a process by which we go through to conduct the biennial review. Essentially what we're doing today is starting that process, giving you notice that we're undergoing it, and then we'll enter a 90-day comment period wherein we will send out information to the public to let them know that they can provide comment. The comments generally are limited under the statute, or maybe it's the regulation, to biological or ecological information about the status of a state-listed species. In this situation, we're not talking about adding a species to the state-listed list or removing a species. We're talking about maintaining the same status, as well as uplisting or downlisting a species. Once that 90-day period expires, we will come back to the Commission with a draft set of recommendations at your August 19th Commission meeting, and then there will be another 14-day comment period. That 14-day comment period includes comments from the public related to the biological and ecological evidence that may be useful, but also the social and economic information regarding the potential change in the status. After that 14-day comment period, the rules set out that the department needs to come back to the Commission with a final set of recommendations, and that would be at your next scheduled meeting on October 14th. So in the interest of time, thank you for your time, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Chief Kirk Patton. Commissioners, questions, comments?
So what is your favorite color? Just kidding.
Okay.
Thank you.
Favorite fish.
And there you go. What's your favorite fish?
Madam Chair, loach minnow.
To eat or to look at?
To look
I
at.
actually have a serious question. So the Glenwood Fish Hatchery is being renovated to accommodate Gila trout, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, that is correct, yes.
And so when do we see that actually happening down there, where you're actually going to produce and go ahead and start stocking?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, as of right now, we are set to hit substantial completion sometime in mid to late April. And substantial completion is a contractor's term for when the vast majority of the project is complete. Shortly after that, we've asked the Fish and Wildlife Service to give us Gila trout so we can begin to rear them at Glenwood. That will depend upon whether or not they have excess fish to recovery needs this year.
So is this going to help delist the trout, Gila trout eventually?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, that is our intention. Initially, we will be raising Gila trout for recreational purposes, but within the next couple of years, we'd like to get into the business of raising them for recovery and restoration efforts.
All right, thank you.
Wow, commissioners, Chief, I'm amazed. Do we have any other comments?
I'd just like a sidebar with you after the meeting, Chief.
Oh. Very good. Well, it looks like, commissioners, we have gone through every single agenda item. We did exclude, or we struck agenda.
We have one more.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, excuse me.
The most important one.
The update on fisheries management plan. My apologies. Chief, could you please walk us through this plan?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, absolutely. Early in my career, someone told me I should always know my audience, and I know I stand between my audience and lunch right now, so this will be... So, yes, this is an update on the statewide fisheries management plan. We first drafted, and it was adopted by the previous commission back in 2016, and it's really been a useful document as a means for setting out kind of a vision for fisheries management, fisheries conservation in New Mexico. So after 5-6 years of it being on the books, we thought it was a good time to update this plan and to continue to set out priorities for ourselves and for other land management agencies, other partners, the public, about what we want to accomplish to continue to expand sport fish opportunities, maintain sport fishing opportunities, but also to conserve and recover native species, native fisheries across the state. This plan is not intended to set out goals or objectives for our hatchery system. We have individual hatchery management plans and infrastructure plans, so this is not intended to address that. This is just a map excerpt from the plan. Essentially, back in 2015 and 2016, we divided up the state and kind of set out some of our focal species, and where we wanted to conserve Rio Grande cutthroat trout, where we wanted to restore Gila trout, where we're going to stock rainbow trout, those sorts of things. And so the draft plan that I sent to you earlier this week has all those maps in there, and it's also been a useful tool for communicating what's going on in individual waters to the public. So for this iteration of the plan, we really didn't change a whole lot, but we did update some of our priority projects. Since 2016, we've accomplished a lot, and we thought it was worthwhile to update what we want to accomplish and again work with our partners towards those ends. We also included a summary of the major accomplishments because I thought it was important to report out to the public about where their money has been going and what we've done with those funds. We also updated some objective parameters for individual species like trout or largemouth bass. That plan back in 2016 was the first time we had tried to do that, and over time we've learned that some of those really weren't measuring well with our data, so we wanted to update those to make them more useful. We also added an index of waters and a glossary of terms to speak a common language with the public, as well as make the document a bit more easily navigable when it's in electronic state. So we're set to release this to the public today. I think we're going to work with Tristana and the I&E folks to get out a press release to let the public know that this is available for comment. It's been posted on our website today. I sent this to you, a draft version to you earlier this week. It is a thick document, yes. I can point you to some of the more salient points in there that are worth reviewing if you would like. We're set to have public meetings virtually on March 23rd and 24th, and we will come back to you after we get public comments and work to address those probably sometime later this spring, early summer, hopefully for your approval or whatever you deem appropriate. So that is it. Thank you for your time. I'll stand for any questions.
Chief, wonderful. Commissioners, any comments? Of course, I've heard.
So, did I hear you correctly that there was not going to be any, I guess, let me just ask a question. If I decide I want to comment on the plan and I think that a certain stretch of stream should be considered as a special trout water, will you be taking those kinds of comments?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, yes, those types of comments would be useful. The only thing I would point out is the Commission just adopted a 4-year fisheries rule last winter or late last fall, and so I think we would add that to a list of items that we would want to consider during the next fisheries rule.
Well, I asked this in the context of the just current ruling that we got from the Supreme Court, so that at least there's some discussion on how to deal with fisheries management on those 5 areas. Thank you.
Excellent comment, yeah. number of correct? Yes.
Madam Chair, those were done, yes.
Okay, excellent. Any other comments from commissioners? Wow, awesome, awesome. Now, without further ado, can we proceed to the last agenda item, which is to adjourn? Before I say this meeting is hereby adjourned, and I guess we have to have a motion and then a second, and then we'll vote by voice, but I would like to say on a personal level that my husband and I are expecting our first grandchild, and the due date is April 7th. However, the baby is already 7 pounds and the mother is like 34 weeks. I mean, it's a big baby. So, commissioners, I'm just going to say that I may or may not be here on April 11th, okay? And so I'm just going to look to our vice chair for some assistance here, and just patience, and thank you to all of you, the commission, the department, and then the members of the public. So, next meeting is on April 11th, a Monday, and as we heard from the director, it will be in Santa Fe. I don't know if it'll be at the Roundhouse again, like we did just earlier this week.
Madam Chair, I believe it'll be at the convention center. The internet is a whole lot better there for our Zoom and hybrid meetings.
Oh, very good. All righty. Any other comments before we adjourn?
Madam Chair, we had a comment come in late on agenda item 11 about wildlife corridors. It's a short statement, if you will allow me to read it into the record really quick.
Please do. Thank you, Tristana.
It's from Adrian Angulo. He's the Deputy Director for the New Mexico Wildlife Federation, and he said, I am pleased to announce that the Federation is a host of partner organizations in conducting a Wildlife Corridor Summit at the Albuquerque Uptown Sheraton, March 23rd and 24th. The summit will feature New Mexico regional and stakeholder groups, including experts from our own game department. The summit will feature opportunities for increased interagency and interstate collaboration to identify and protect wildlife corridors. Anyone interested in attending can reach out to Adrian at nmwildlife.org. Thank you.
Wonderful. That was very good. Thank you, Tristana, and thank you. So, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to adjourn.
Second. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? This motion passes. This meeting is adjourned. Goodbye.
Goodbye.